like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Fred Gurewitz behind the controls.
That's correct.
I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sounds like show tonight. Never feel though I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours.
Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine.
Each time I said all night, no, I just might. You make me say all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me say all night. I'm gonna stay all night.
Text
R.I.P. Todd.
questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, take us that star-spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the brave and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
Get me down up in these streets, no I've never seen the kind of
Good morning. NFL Week 13, Part 2 is now live here for dissection on the Round Robin, coming to you from the Deep End Broadcasting Network studios in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. I am Stephen Murray. Good morning. A few minute late start here. No alarm, no problem. It's okay on a holiday weekend. Welcome. Good morning. Hope everyone is surviving this Thanksgiving weekend in one piece. And if you've been dabbling in the world of sports wagering, you know it's been nothing but a busy weekend, and you got to get right back at it today. I mean, that's just the gist of it this time of the year. It's hard to bet every sport. It is. But if you are, you have college basketball coming at you left and right. You have NHL hockey still. I mean, we do a show about that every Tuesday night at 6 o'clock. NBA, which I've really have not been trying to pay too much attention to. I'm kind of separating myself from the NBA. If you look at like the 20 pages of injuries of the first stack of 20 papers he put on the injury desk in the morning, it's all superstars. So you never get these guys ever playing together on their team. I mean, where's Joel Embiid again, right? So for the 500th time. So NBA, where I've lost interest in that, gained lots of traction in college basketball. And I'm telling you, a lot of these college basketball is the oldest gambling trick in the book. And you might have heard it here in the last week or so, but it's college basketball first half over-unders, specifically taking the under. You get a lot of these small schools playing each other that don't know each other, unfamiliar sight lines, neutral arenas. I mean, you have day basketball with empty gymnasiums like at 11 a.m. or noon and, half crowded. The kids are kind of sleepwalking into it. They've eaten a big breakfast, right? Probably puffed a little weed at some point in the morning as well after eating all that food. And you just kind of come out a little lackadaisical. And it's just amazing. I mean, blindly hit 4 of those last Monday. It's just amazing how much work you can do at football and then do something like 4 college basketball over-unders, specifically the under, on all lines as well, parlay them together for $10 and come out with a nice payout. Trust me. So just dabbling around to that, and I'm priced in a little bit at this point with the college basketball. I can afford a lot more $10 bets to try to do this again. So we'll play around with it a little bit. We won't get too overly invested. I only did one of them yesterday. College football continues to be a little bit of a nuisance to me, but I'm never overly invested in that because I know college football is not my expertise. But here we are with the NFL, which I definitely declare as our expertise. And by virtue of, I mean, if you guys listened, you won. Now, the one angle I said to look for that I took, but mainly strictly as the insurance policy, was to take all 4 of the unders. All right, what do we get? 2 of them to cash? Yeah, two of the 4 hit. And quite frankly, there was a chance probably for all 4 unders to come in at some point. You just got the onslaught of points early, and then once momentum slowed down, you weren't able to kind of regain that negative traction for your tickets to hit the under in both the Dallas and the Green Bay game. But hey, Dontavian Wicks, I mean, didn't I tell you that Christian Watson, although a good focus, and he was, don't forget about Wicks. He's just due for that breakout game. And as a third option in the Green Bay offense that should be attacking more, I mean, that's exactly what they did. We cashed him for first touchdown, 2 touchdowns. We had him by himself, had him parlayed with some other guys. Unfortunately, didn't have him parlayed with Rashee Rice, where we did have have actually Rice on other tickets. In fact, we did have them both parlayed together just with other stuff that gave us a good chance. I mean, I think at one point I had significant payout tickets available, which I just let ride. George Pickens for another touchdown on Thursday would have paid off $3,500 on a $15 bet. I mean, that's the kind of thing that makes you not regret it when you know that you're sniffing up the right tree. How about the Ants man and me? Oh my goodness. I don't even want to disclose this figure, but he's won Jamar Chase, and we talked about it on the show. If he did that bet, you know the pain we're talking about, and that is 3 touchdowns, 1 apiece, and 100 yards receiving between Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, and Jameson Williams in the first game. They all got their 100 yards, and Jamar Chase never got that touchdown, although they tried. They tried, and that would have been a significant payout. I had the Packers on the all line. I built them in. I had a -9.5, knowing that's probably a little greedy, but let's take the shot. They had that covered by 10, and then the bad referee flag, in my opinion, comes and bails out Detroit to try to make it a little bit of a closer game than what it was. And that's the thing. None of those games, score-wise, were as close as they appeared, but all exciting because the underdogs were all so dominant. And shame on me, shame on this show, perhaps, not to even bring that angle up, although that should always be an option, is to have all the underdogs. That has to be one of your thoughts. Just like all the unders were the thought, we should have given credit to the underdogs. And I did. I picked Dallas and Green Bay to win. And I said, if they win by margin, don't be surprised. Sure enough, both of them gave up late scores to not win by margin, but they both won. And Green Bay, you can argue won by they won by 7. And that's not exactly what I would define as winning by margin, but I think that's a nice, impressive road win. And their defense is fantastic. If anything, I think we learn a lot moving forward. I think we might be legitimately, I don't think I've heard anybody say this, but a legit changing of the guard here in the NFL. All these teams that were at the top have kind of stumbled, and they're falling down the hill a bit, right? Did you think about that? Maybe we are seeing a real, legit changing of the guard. Okay, so we have a busy morning. We're going to go through everything again, guys. We're in a second. Let's get some updated lines. Let's see what our line movement has done overnight. And let's look at the weather, because I know we have weather issues. 2 important things that we always, no matter what, on a NFL wagering Sunday have to look at first. And then we'll start to put some things together. We'll get Dave Dograndi back in here, who won everything that he picked on this show on Thursday. He loved the Isaiah Likely yards receiving. That was fantastic. He got there easily. Rashee Rice got the first touchdown. He was locked in easily. Christian Watson for a touchdown, locked in easily. The one misplay he had was not even a misplay, because Brock Wright ended up not playing and getting scratched. So Dave Dograndi, he'll be with us here in about 15 minutes. And we'll talk about all the games one by one and get his angles again. And I'll go ahead and give you my initial take. I think I got a good feel on today myself. So I'm going to go into this week 13 with a lot of confidence. And let's try to bang home a huge, huge payout today. I think we can. So let's all stick on this together. Get your pen and paper out, and let's invest the minimum for the maximum. After Dave Dograndi, we'll do Survivor. If you were in a Survivor pool that requires you taking a Thursday or Friday pick to move on and having today as a whole new week, then if you survived, you definitely survived because you took the Packers or Cowboys or something weird like that and really put your balls on the line. So props to you if you're still alive in one of those pools. I think less than 50 in the circa out there in Vegas. It could even thin that crowd out some more today. All right, weather and the fresh lines, because that's what we need to look at. as that's how the basis of this show was founded, me waking up early, going to work, and needing live good content. And you know what? As a member of the media for several years, since my college days, and as independent as I am, and a guy who has floated both sides of the sports book for the last 35 years, making that about 65 years combined, I have all the credentials in the world to host this program. Okay. And Thursday speaks for that, for sure, if you played along. Okay, here we go. November the 30th, 2025, NFL Week 13. We have a chilly day in Nashville, Jacksonville, and Tennessee. I see 6 and 42 right now in that game. Houston, they're catching 3.5 at Indianapolis. Over under is 44. Let me get sportsbook number 2 up and running. Let's see if we can get some various lines here. I see 6.5 with Jacksonville and 41.5. And then that next game I talked about with you guys. Let's see, Houston and Indianapolis. No indoors there, no weather issues, but 27 degrees outside. So if you're going to be tailgating, definitely be bundled up. But you probably know that if you're there going to the game. You're probably like, man, this place is dreadful at the moment. Let's see, next game, fresh lines. The problem is Sportsbook 1 and 2 are completely out of order here. Carolina, 10.5, 45.5. Now, they are catching 10.5. The Rams, the favorite, and we are at Bank of America Stadium, 48 degrees. Not exactly super chilly, but that's a cold day for Carolina if you're down there watching the game in Charlotte this afternoon. I also see 10.5, 45 here on this other book. So a half-point variance in that total. Tampa Bay is 3.5, 44.5, and we do expect Baker Mayfield. Dave Del Grande was completely shocked. Tampa Bay's at 3.5. So let's see here. Other sports book. I see 3.5 and 44.5, 81 degrees. No weather issues here. Next game on the board. Dolphins and the Saints. Dolphins 5.5, 41.5. And they also are 5 and 42 for your over under 14 miles per hour. No precipitation issues. 80 degrees, a beautiful day down there in Miami. All right, so far so good on the weather, except some cold temps in Nashville and Charlotte. All right, let's see what else. San Francisco, minus 5.5, 35.5. Dave Del Grande, hint, will have a great angle on this game. He knows his 49ers, so we're going to entrust the information here on this one and ride this bad boy. I like it. I like the pick. I'll give you a tease. It's the 49ers laying the points. 5.5, 35.5 here in the game in Cleveland. Let's see. Yes, Huntington Bank Field, 35 degrees. Winds 25 miles per hour. The McCaffrey short passing game, that probably does come to life considering you don't want to run into the teeth of that 49er defense. So a lot of misdirection maybe for McCaffrey here, getting him open. Juszczyk would be a great player today on some misdirection, I think. Get a big body and Kyle Juszczyk running against the Cleveland Browns. So Juszczyk screen pass or 2 definitely comes into play here. We'll have to take a look at that line when we get to that game and we break it down. So interesting. All right, next game on the board. I think we have one more game, MetLife Stadium. Yes, the Falcons and the Jets. I see 3 and 38.5 at both books, and we are expecting rain, right? It looks like it. 70% chance of rain, 10-mile-per-hour winds. So not necessarily a crazy rainy day, but that turf can be troublesome there with the Jets and the Falcons. Sneaky over under in the rain. The Jets have played some overs, and let's not doubt Atlanta's capability still to get over with Kirk Cousins. They showed last week if you need to get a little bit better, they're going to be much more dynamic, even with the injuries. All right, late slate. We were in Seattle, Pittsburgh, and at the Chargers. The Chargers, we know, are inside. I see 9.5, 40.5 at SoFi Stadium. Let's see. 62 degrees, so not the super hot day down there in Los Angeles. I also see a 10 and a 41. No weather really in Pittsburgh. I see 36 degrees cold and some wind, 17 miles per hour, but no rain. So most of the rain we were kind of expecting for the weekend has apparently cleared out. Nothing in Washington either. Minus 6.5 and 42.5. Cold, chilly evenings. Mild wind, 7 miles per hour in Washington. A little bit windier in Pittsburgh there with the Steelers and the Bills. Again, the Bills minus 3 and 46. Other books. I see 6.5, 43.5 with Denver. And then again, 3 and 45.5 with Buffalo and the Steelers. The Giants tomorrow night in New England. Pats minus 7.5 right now, 46.5. And that will be Jackson Dart, I presume, at this moment in time. 28 degrees, no wind, a cold night in Foxborough. Okay, so your major weather issues of the day, 70% chance of rain at the Giants and the Falcons. I'm sorry, the Jets and the Falcons. And you have heavy, heavy wind at Cleveland, 25 miles per hour coming off the lake with the 49ers and the Browns. Other than that, slightly windy in Pittsburgh, but those teams know how to deal with that kind of thing. So overall, not as bad as what it could possibly be weather-wise, to be honest. So that could mean points. Cold, but we're not freezing either. So points are on the table today here, NFL Week 13. That is to our advantage. That's for sure. I think I'll build another under ticket again, and we'll do a little art of making the tickets after we do Dave Dolgrande. I'll build some sort of a ticket with you guys. What did we do last week? Did we do 4 quarterbacks under? I think that's what we did. Or did we do kind of long shot guys to get touchdowns in a round robin? I can't really remember at this point. My bad. But I think what we'll do is we'll look for an under ticket again for a little job security today. When there are going to be a lot of under props coming through. So let's try to build one ticket that kind of bails us out if everything goes awry as planned. I got some good angles, and I'm going to be confident here going into Week 13. So let's do it. All right, we'll get Dave Dolgrande piped in here. He is our man on the West Coast. He's a columnist with Field Level Media. He covers the Golden State Warriors. He writes for Deadspin. He's a senior analyst at StatFactor. He's the founder of MrFantasyFootball.com himself. Also with us Thursday and talked the history of fantasy football. Go back and listen to that on our YouTube channel if you want to get a little history lesson, as Dave Dolgrande was instrumental and the first ESPN employee to talk fantasy football with the masses. So interesting stuff in that conversation. Thursday is right at the top of the show if you want to tune in to that. All right. So without further ado, let's get to it. A lot of football to go. Let's bring on our man, Dave Dolgrande. Thursday, your picks are great, Dave. In fact, We had a great day here at the studio. Close to a huge payout or two, really. I had a couple of different tickets. My main winner was Dontavian Wicks for 2 touchdowns. I definitely played everything that you played with the likely yards. Rashee Rice. In fact, I had him for 2, linked up with Wicks. Had Christian Watson involved as well. I came up 1 George Pickens touchdown away from $3,500. That one flag that the Packers got on that defensive holding where Detroit was able to go down and kick a field goal, that cost me a $6,100 win. And then the Ant-Man next door, it cost me $1,200, but he had 3 players for a touchdown and 100 yards. He had Jameson Williams, CeeDee Lamb, and Jamar Chase. And Chase got his yards, but he never got that touchdown. But that cost him $12,500.
Oh my goodness!
Right, so a lot of stuff to like and build off of anyway. Even when we lose those kind of bets, and you get maybe the majority of your stuff right, it still makes you feel good that you're on the right track. Anything to say about that?
Yeah, I agree. And but you're right. It's you can be right about things and get a bad break just as easily as you can be wrong about things and get a good break. I totally understand that. But one of the guys that I talked up was Likely, and I don't know what how you used him or whether you did or not. And he's having a nice game, and then lo and behold, he's going in for a touchdown and fumbles at the 1-yard line. And I thought, oh my goodness, it's just one of those things where, well, man, if he's parlaying Likely for a touchdown and his yardage and his catches, oh man, he's got everything in this game except he fumbled at the 1-yard line. And how much of that cost the people? Of course, I'm most concerned about you. So, but the crazy thing about these games, and does it really mean anything for the games on Sunday? Is the road team won every game.
All the underdogs,
4 games.
All the underdogs won outright, and in fact, the spreads. If you did the all line, you basically killed it, and you almost got bad beat because honestly, not one of these games was as close as the score indicated, with the underdog winning, at least to me. Dallas could have easily. Dallas could have won that game by 10. The Packers could have won that by 10 or more. Chicago could have won that game by 10 or more, and the Bengals did. They killed. Yeah, they killed the Ravens.
Well, and you were right on about that Dallas game where we disagreed, and so a good call there.
Well, it
was amazing. Remarkable. Who would have guessed? What kind of odds would you have gotten that? Okay, I'm going to tell you that on Thanksgiving and the day after, Detroit, Kansas City, Baltimore, and Philadelphia are all going to lose.
Well, I think we're seeing I think we have to understand and maybe not take it for granted, and it's easy to laugh off, but maybe we're seeing a real life changing of the guard.
Well, if so, then you're looking good with your New England.
Right. And I think you owe Mr. Caleb Williams a little bit of an apology because that was a nice ball he floated to commit. He didn't throw it right at the defender's helmet. He floated that into the end zone on a nice pass. And you know what Caleb Williams is? I don't think he's going to wow us at the end of the day, but he has a chance to be a really, really good game manager, that quote-unquote word, I think.
Well, and that's my biggest problem with him is I don't think he's that kind of a quarterback. I think, the game managers are usually born of guys who don't have big arms. And he's got a big arm. He throws the ball as hard as anybody in the league. He throws it as far as anybody in the league. He's a very good quarterback, but and he runs extremely well. And so that, of course, that really helps any quarterback these days. I just don't see him as a move the chain kind of guy. In fact, in fantasy this year, and looking back, and I would say among the top 5 guys that I recommended in fantasy based on where he was going to be selected was DJ Moore. I really thought that, the new coach in Chicago would bring his Detroit type offense to Chicago, and they needed a St. Brown. They needed a chain mover. And that wasn't going to be Odunze, who's more of the downfield guy. That wasn't going to be Burton if he ever developed, because he's more of a speedy guy. It had to be Moore. I thought, Moore is going to have a monster season catching these short balls. And he just hasn't clicked with Williams. It's just, and I don't want to blame Williams for it. I think I agree with you. I think he's gotten better from game to game. I thought this was his best game that I've seen him play, because he was more of a game manager. He went up against a real good defense, and he was able to move the chains. Obviously, their running game really helped. So I'm still not convinced that we're not looking at, a Trevor Lawrence type of guy. Just a big arm guy. Justin Fields. A big arm guy who, is just not suited for that kind of a system. We'll see. I mean, like I said, I've certainly seen improvement there, but it's hard for these guys that have. It's hard for the Nolan Ryans of the world to be told, you need to throw your breaking ball more. It's like, well, why? I throw 100 miles an hour, nobody can hit it. Yeah, but you know what? Soon they will. So the best pitchers are the guys who can mix in the breaking ball. And, it's hard. How many times have we seen it? Even Dan Marino is the biggest. The biggest complaint about Dan Marino was that he was one-dimensional. He threw a great deep ball, and he had 2 speedy receivers. But if Caleb Williams becomes the next Dan Marino, I don't think anybody's going to complain. But in some ways, they want him to be the next, Jared Goff. They want him to, obviously he runs a lot better than Goff, but they want him to be more of a game manager, like you said. And, let's see.
Who was the most impressive to you on Thursday and Friday, and who was the least impressive? And that's hard to pick, I think, with all these games and all the outcomes. I guess for me, it has to be Green Bay, because they showed us finally what they can do when they're kind of at their best and what they look like when they're getting the ball to all. For once, we saw Dobbs, Wicks, and Watson all score. Now, they haven't been on the field together, and maybe that's part of the issues with the injuries, and they still don't have the other receiver still. But when you see them a little bit more open up and on offense, it makes them so much more of a fun team, the quote-unquote fun team that we like. And they have that defense. So I guess to me that's the most impressive one. And the one it's got to be Philly. That is, I can understand Kansas City losing in Dallas because that's on the road, Thanksgiving, kind of weird spot. But you got to be able to beat the Bears at home on a Friday afternoon, on Black Friday, at least to me. So Philly, least impressive, most impressive Green Bay for me.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Although I guess you got to put Baltimore right down there with Philly. But you're right.
That's a hard
Watching
list.
Philadelphia, and the broadcasters did a good job of mentioning this, not as a negative toward Philadelphia, but more of a positive toward Chicago. That Philadelphia just doesn't look like they're interested. Their offense is just very predictable. Now, they have weapons in the offense, so even if they're predictable, they can still throw the ball to Brown, 10 to 12 times, and he'll catch it a majority of the time. He catches the deep ball, but they don't do any. It's like, we don't even need to practice all week because we're just going to run the same plays we run, and we'll overpower them, and we'll throw to our great receivers. And I mean, and even, like I said, the broadcasters mentioned, and this isn't the first time, Hurts needs to run the ball more. I mean, that to me is their change up, their I don't want to say trick play, but their unusual non-standard play is that he needs to fake the handoff and run around the end 10 times a game. Now, it'll increase his chances of getting hurt, but he's pretty smart about that. Gets out of bounds, he slides. He's not going to be like the Buffalo quarterback and taking on guys. And so the handoff up the middle to Barkley time and again, the short pass to Brown, the pass he doesn't even throw that often to Smith. It's just, man, give me something different. And it's like, why? We're saving it all for the playoffs. It almost seems like there's total disinterest there. And on the other side, I agree with you 100% on Green Bay. It was kind of remarkable that Green Bay had such a good game here when they didn't run the ball that well. And they've become more of a conservative team, this year. But they weren't running the ball well. But like you said, they throw the ball down the field with the best of them. And when they've got their core receivers going like they did in this game, and and this guy Golden, who is supposed to be a big time rookie addition for them, he hardly plays, or I don't know what the story is with him. They lost their big time, pass catching tight end, which I think in some ways, has forced them to throw the ball more down the field. And the quarterback is very good at distributing the ball down the field. I loved how much he threw the ball to Watson in this game. I mean, Watson could have scored 5 touchdowns in this game, the number of times that they threw the ball deep to him. And so that was fun to see. So yeah, and their defense, like you said, was very, very strong. So I mean, who does that to Gibbs? He just went nowhere in this game, and nobody shuts him down like that. So yeah, I mean, Green Bay, I don't know. I mean, do they vault to the top of the NFC now in terms of, the team to beat? Now, obviously, you have the Rams up there, and they're looking very good. But I think Green Bay has certainly passed. The teams in their division, even though I think they're behind the Bears in the standings, I think they would be considered ahead of them. I think they're considered ahead of Philadelphia at this point, ahead of Tampa Bay. So it's them and the Rams at this point.
I have the Rams as the favorite at plus 195 to win the NFC. The Eagles are at second at plus 420, which is going to give you good numbers on the other guys. 5-1 for Green Bay, plus 550 for Seattle. Detroit's 12-1. San Fran 15-1. You're getting 16-1 on the Bears.
Well, it's and so much of it is going to come down to because it's so close. Who's getting the home games? And we were looking at obviously we're talking about Green Bay here, but we're all talking about Philadelphia. These are not pleasant sites to visit in December and January. Even Chicago,
right.
Good point. So, and we're talking about the Rams.
That's real home field advantage.
Yeah, I mean, even Dallas, if they get in, and then they end up opening up at Chicago or at Green Bay or something. Tampa Bay, same way. You got a very big difference in whether what these teams are used to, and if the Rams have to go to Green Bay or Philadelphia in the title game, it's going to be a huge disadvantage for them. But fortunately for them, they're kind of they're sitting pretty with a nice record and a reasonable schedule moving forward. So they could get that top seed, which I think is more important for them than it is for some of these other teams. Because like I said, you don't want to be a quote unquote Southern team going up into the great north on January 1st.
You can get, just on that motif alone of cold weather, home field advantage, you can get Bears Patriots Super Bowl right now at 85-1. So if you have $10 laying around doing nothing, there you go. There's a cold weather future for you. We'll stick with the Patriots because they play on Monday night, and obviously Monday's the furthest game. That's always probably the one maybe we talk about the least. But we have to pump our brakes on New England right now, and that's from the offensive line injuries alone. The fact that that whole left side's banged up, including the rookie tackle, I for one, was very concerned about their lack of depth on the offensive line if it got banged up since day one here. So now here we are heading into December, and a team like New England, who hasn't had their bye week yet. That bye, I think, is going to come at the right time, to be honest, once they get through this game with the Giants. I think it bodes well that they get the rookie Dart back in there because they still have a fair amount of pieces on defense, even though they're a little banged up there on the defensive line. And I expect them to win that game, just the sole fact that they're going to be going against a rookie quarterback, and they may be the second best defense after Green Bay, who I think is the overall best at the moment. You can probably make a couple of arguments for the second best defense. Probably maybe throw the Chargers in there, I guess. The Broncos obviously have a top caliber defense. But I think we have to pump our brakes on New England for a minute with the line injuries, and they'll be a better version of themselves when they can get healthy. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's a tough game to pick because, I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty here.
Right.
I mean, you're right that, Dart going up against the New England defense, I don't know. I don't have a good feel for that, a good feeling for that. And he's coming off an injury. He doesn't have, obviously, his star wide receiver working with him. I don't know. It just, night game at New England. I don't see any kind of big numbers coming out of the Giants in this game. And then New England, I'm not sure, what are they doing with their running back situation? I thought when Stevenson came back last week, they'd at least, split the carries or give him an opportunity. They didn't give him any opportunity last week. And so, they still got the rookie as their chief running back, which is fine. I mean, he's been doing good. I just expected them to be maybe even turn a little more conservative in a game like this, and play both of your backs, pound the ball, and kind of win a relatively low-scoring game. But I'm not sure what they're doing with their running game. And then you got their quarterback, and who is he throwing the ball to? He seems to go from one guy to another. I'm surprised how often they throw the ball to Hollins. And he's an intriguing guy. He'd be a guy I take a stab at, because seemingly always, last week might have been an exception. Seems to always get his 2, sometimes 3 touchdown passes in a game. And where are they going this week? I just like the fact that he's throwing the ball to Hollins down by the goal line. He's a big target, and they use him on those fade patterns down there. This is not a game where I would recommend getting hugely involved, but I take a shot with Hollins to get a TD in this game.
Yeah, you're bored on a Monday night after a long weekend of gambling. You have to have something. Plus 280 for Mac Hollins.
Yeah, I mean that's
get a touchdown.
About what I would expect. And he's,
I think you'll get a lot of the running game. I think you'll see a lot. I think you'll see both running backs, to be honest.
Yeah, well, that's what I expected last week, and I was surprised. How little Stevenson played in that game.
24 and a half yards is his over/under this week.
Well,
that might be worth a shot now.
Well, right. I mean, based on I don't have his numbers, the stats from last week's game, how much he played, but I don't remember him carrying the ball more than three
Right.
times in
Yeah.
that game.
Not much.
Yeah, and so I don't know what they're thinking.
They never
You know,
got in
and you
rhythm on
mentioned-
offense either last week. They
Well-
were kind of off kilter that whole game, even though they won by 10. It was an ugly win. In fact, in the locker room when they had the cameras on them, and it was almost like Vrabel's talking to a losing team. They looked so disappointed on how they played.
Yeah, and you talk about a lack of an interesting Monday night game. Well, first off, being in the West, you couldn't have picked a less interesting game. Now, granted, I mean, when you've got Green Bay, Detroit, Kansas City, Dallas, Baltimore, Chicago, Philadelphia, all out of the equation, what's left? But even from a fantasy standpoint, so many matchups come, and this is the last week of the regular season in many of the fantasy leagues. So that Monday night game of the last regular season game in fantasy, determines who makes the playoffs, who gets what seeding, and what have you. This is a game where I won't have anybody going in this game, and my opponent won't have anybody going in this game. Who in the right mind would have anybody going in this game with the fantasy playoffs at stake? So it just there's no interest from that angle even. It's hard to believe. Fantasy creates an interest in basically all games, but I don't know. I mean, I guess
Right.
you play May, if you have
Right.
him as your quarterback, but I don't even know, I don't even know if you want to do that. So,
All right, well, let's get the better pickings on Sunday then. We'll go back to the top of the slate. We'll just go through our list because basically our NFC West, AFC West teams are spread out throughout the time slots. So we'll go mainly the NFC West here is all playing at 1 o'clock, it looks like, except for Seattle. 1 o'clock Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. And we'll start with the Rams, minus 10.5, 45.5. I'll follow this up from what I said about the Panthers on Thursday. I'll just mention this again. This game, Bryce Young is way too short to hang around with the Rams in this one. I said he'll have success in some games, and many others he will not because he is just simply too small. And that'll be the case here against the Rams, who have a good defense themselves. They have plenty of firepower, multi-dimensional. They're going to be able to have coverage on the Panther receivers. They'll be good enough to hold the running game in check to some extent. Young will throw an interception probably at some point. And I think this is a game that the Rams will win comfortably, as comfortably as they'd want to, maybe, even though we know that they'll get a lead and maybe try to sit on things. But you can probably look for the hot hand here, Devontae Adams, to get a touchdown. I don't think he's the worst person to get it on the list. In fact, he's a favorite over Kyron Williams now. That's how much he's favorable. And Puka, the third favorite now at even money. So maybe that's the real play. Anytime you get Puka at even money, might as well try to take a shot on that. But I think too much firepower here for the Rams. Carolina does not pose a huge threat in terms of home field environment. In fact, I think it's going to be one of the nicer days outside tomorrow in terms of weather outside of the venue. Charlotte, North Carolina, in the Mid-South, typically a warm city this time of the year. So no issues with the Rams. They'll have plenty of their fan support from whoever's local around the region, probably cheering them on. And I don't expect a hiccup here. So 31-10 sounds like a score I would play. What about you?
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, Carolina has surprised at home, a fair amount this year, but this isn't a good spot for them. The Rams are just rolling. They're playing great on offense. They're playing great on defense. I think this should be a very one-sided game. And I agree with you about Puka in this game. And he's someone who was injured for a while there, and they seem to be working him back. They haven't been overusing him, but they're such a better team when he's catching 8 to 10 balls a game. And we're getting pretty, fairly late in the season here. This would be a nice game to get him more involved. So yeah, I mean, if I'm picking one guy out of this game, to have an interest in, it would be him. Whether it's number of catches or receiving yards, or even, as you mentioned, that even money touchdown. I would want something going on him in this game.
If you're looking to parlay in with some other stats you want to blow through the roof, you can get plus 310 at 125 yards or more. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility for him. And let's see, the 2 touchdowns will be interesting. Let's see what we get for that. Oh, yeah, 7-1.
What's
Easy
his
enough.
baseline on catches and yards?
His baseline is 88.5, and his receptions is at 7.5.
Yeah, you can go a lot of different directions with him, but to me, the best play is the 7.5. I just think that they almost use him like a running back, throwing him a short ball. I mean, he could catch 10 passes and maybe not even get to 88 yards. And I'm a little concerned at the goal line. Yeah, they use Adams a lot down there. Obviously, Williams gets his touchdown or two seemingly every game. But in the middle of the field, he's their number one weapon. And so, that would be my play in this game. I'll take him over the 7.5 reception.
Yeah, let's see here. Do you think he can get to 10?
I mean, that's a lot.
It's a lot, but it's him.
I mean, and my concern would be, how far are the Rams ahead?
Right.
If one of those games, if they're ahead by 2 touchdowns at halftime, which it could very well be the case, well, then you might see him only catch 2 or 3 balls in the second half. And so you end up with a guy with 6 catches at halftime and ends up with just 8 because of the way the game goes. I think the closer the game is, the more likely it is that he'll get to 10. So if you think that Carolina can hang in there, then I'd try that. But if you think, like I do, that it's going to be more of a blowout, I'm just gonna watch him catch his 6 passes in the first half, and then we'll coast home.
If Carolina really implodes in this game, I mean, is Blake Corum at 33-1 the worst play on a greedy ticket for two touchdowns?
Well, like I said, I don't think Carolina is as bad as they appeared in the 49er game.
Right.
And at home, if you look at their home record, they have some nice wins. They've been competitive there. So I don't know. I don't want to get carried away with this game. And the line indicates that the Rams are expected to run up big numbers in this game. And I don't know. I'm just sticking with my one guy. We'll have bigger fish to fry.
All right. I think we can get some fish to fry in this game. I'm back on the Tampa wagon. Baker, he gets hurt, but it looks like he's listed to play here. So I guess he's okay. Playing with a chip on his shoulder, I'm sure, a little bit. And here comes the perfect remedy for Tampa Bay, the Arizona Cardinals. Now, Tampa's laying a cheap, 3.5 is a cheap number here. 44.5 seems like a low number as well, considering Arizona has been able to score some points. So this looks like somewhat of an easy over to me. And I could see the Buccaneers, maybe not winning by 21 or so, but they could win by 10 or 13, maybe 14 points. Why not?
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
You misspoke there. Tampa is not 3.5 point favorite in this game.
Yeah. Yeah. I think they've been so bad. We're getting such a good price on them now. And Arizona's getting way too much respect here.
I mean, that says Baker's not playing. And even though it sounds like he's going to play, there's no way. I mean, they got to be a 10-point favorite in this game if Baker's playing. They got Irving coming back this week too.
I got full Baker numbers too. Yeah, I got Irving numbers. Look at this, Bucky Irving, just 13.5 receiving yards for him.
Well, my concern about him is without him, they haven't had a decent little running game going, two-man thing, and I don't know that they really want to,
rush him back,
get him overly involved in a game like this. But we mentioned this before. Arizona falls behind 14-0 at the start of every game,
right.
And they have no running game. When push comes to shove, they have a backup quarterback, and who throws the ball. Well, last week, he got a third guy involved, but mostly throws the ball to two guys. That line makes zero sense to me. I mean, even if Baker were not playing in this game, they still got to be favored by a touchdown. That's something wrong there. That just doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
I do think that Arizona will be able to put up, and I agree with you on the total of this game, by the way, because Arizona can only play one way,
right,
and that is to throw the ball 40 times. And Tampa Bay's pass defense is not good, and so I think Arizona will be able to do their thing offensively, especially if, as usual, they fall way behind. And just go completely one-dimensional. So I do think that Wilson, he's been getting 15 targets a game, and McBride, who did last week, I forget who Arizona even played last week.
Jacksonville.
Whoever it was, Jacksonville. Jacksonville did a really good job of defending McBride, of holding him down. But Wilson still got his numbers, and like I said, I have no, Tampa Bay is going anywhere this year. It's going on the back of Baker. I mean, they're going to have to score 30 points to win playoff games, and there's really no reason they don't score in the 30s, if not high 30s, in this game. So I think this is one of those. This is definitely a green light game. Like I said, my biggest concern here is, do you do anything with Irving? How much is he going to play? And I don't know. I would.
You can always play him live line.
Ekuka might be the top play for them this week in kind of a wide open game. They still don't have most of the receivers back, and so, but like I said, I also, I would keep riding the Wilson bandwagon, because if they're going to throw the ball to him again 12 times, 15 times, he's going to, he'll find a way to put up some cheap numbers.
Let's see. Abuka's 58.5. Tez Johnson, who we've talked about on the show, his number is interesting at 25.5. To be honest.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, I agree.
Another player, and it's almost like fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, and then fool me 3 times or 4 times. Now I'm a huge idiot. But Bam Knight is plus 150. He seems to get a touchdown every game.
Well, I do think Tampa's going to score, a lot of points in this game, and the
or Arizona will both score.
And I think
Arizona.
that will prompt Arizona, to to have to try to keep up as they have. They've been scoring their fair share of points. I think last week, they finally met a team kind of at their level. And I think that kept the score down a little bit compared to what it had been the previous 2 weeks. But now they're stepping back up to where they were when they played the 49ers and they played the Rams. That just got blown out twice in a row. This is going to get me on the road. This is on the road, right?
Yeah, it's in Tampa Bay. Yep.
Yeah. So, this is. I don't see them keeping up. I see them chasing from behind this whole game, and you know how that goes. You got a backup quarterback in there, mistake-prone guy, throwing interceptions and setting up short touchdown drives for the home team. So, I think maybe the safest play of all in this game is going to be taking Tampa over their point total. Just Tampa themselves.
23 and a half.
They're just somebody knows that Baker's not playing. I mean, all these numbers are, they got their back. Who is their backup quarterback?
It's going to be Trask, I believe, right?
This is all these numbers are indicative of, we got the backup quarterback in there and he's not very good. 23 and a half, that should be a halftime number for Tampa Bay against an opponent.
Oh, Teddy Bridgewater. Teddy Bridgewater. Listed as the number 2.
There you go. Right. So
he's capable. He's an old man, old veteran. Yeah, these savvy old veterans come in and do well.
So I want Wilson in this game. I want Egbuka in this game. I like the numbers you put on Tez there earlier. And I think there's this. We just talked about a couple of games where I had very little excitement. This is an exciting game. This is one you definitely want to be involved with.
The NFC West, NFC South game of the week. There you go. Next on the list, let's just keep it in that same division with your 49ers at the Browns. 49ers minus 5.5 and the total all the way down to 35.5. Is it going to be that bad, that low scoring?
All right. Well, it's funny you should say this because I was listening to the radio yesterday, and they said Cleveland was a 5-point favorite. And I'd heard earlier in the week that the line was 3. I'm not sure who was favored or not favored. And then all of a sudden I heard the line's 5. And I thought, what am I missing here? Who's out for the 49ers? This is the 49ers defense is playing better. The 49ers offense has gotten healthier. They're still not a great team, but this is Cleveland, and Cleveland with a backup quarterback going up against defensive coordinator, one of the top defensive minds in the game. Last week, congratulations to Sanders. I think a lot of people are rooting for him. I'm rooting for him. They're playing the Raiders last week, so it was hard to root for him. But he obviously he has a skill level, but no experience. And he's completed some nice passes, but he's also missed on a lot of nice passes. He hasn't been running the ball at all. But last week they were able to run the ball, 30 times against a bad Raiders team, and I don't see that happening this week. I don't think they're going to be able to run the ball effectively against the 49ers. It's going to force Sanders to have to beat them, and that's problematic. I think that inexperienced quarterback going up against this kind of coordinator is a big advantage for the defense in this game. And then it comes down to what can the 49ers do against this Cleveland defense, which is going to give them a ton of problems with their pass rush. But they do have all their weapons. They do have Kittle to catch the short passes. They'll swing the ball to McCaffrey, time and again. McCaffrey's not one of these guys who has to run the ball to be effective. He'll catch his 7 passes. So I think the 49ers will be able to move the ball against Cleveland. And, I'm not sure Cleveland's going to be able to move the ball
Right,
against
right,
the 49ers. So, I think the 49ers are going to win this game, but at the same time, I don't think it's going to be a super high scoring game.
24-10.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Stays under the total. Niners cover the spread.
Even 19-10, or something where the other 49ers will kick some field goals, and they'll have I do think the defense, will set up their offense for a couple of scores, even if it's just a couple of field goals. But in a game like this, getting every field goal is going to matter, because when there's only 30 points scored in the game, you get a couple of field goals. Well, that's a big dent towards the 15 points that it's going to take to win the game. So, I think, I think the 49ers defense has a chance to score in this game. I know we've tried that before and it almost never works, but I put them on some kind of greedy ticket.
With the all line, right?
Yeah, for 49ers to get a score. I just think that this has nothing to do with the fact that whether I think Sanders is a good quarterback or bad quarterback. He's just, he's a third stringer playing,
Right.
and in bad weather, making his second start and his first real opponent.
And the defense is trending up. I mean, the defense isn't trending. They're young. They're getting better, like you said. It's not like they're getting worse. They can only kind of get better. Plus 850 for a defensive touchdown.
And that's what happens when you have a good coach. I mean, you see this a lot in like college basketball. When you've got these veteran teams that don't have a lot of talent, but the more you listen to your coach, the more coordinated you are, the tougher you become. And that's kind of what the 49ers defense has become. I wouldn't, I'd call them a very average at this point NFL defense, but I do think that they're not going to make a lot of mistakes. And I do think that the quarterback on the other side, he is going to make mistakes, and that's what the 49ers can take advantage of.
You know what I like about this game with the 49ers as a favorite as well is, now that you're saying it, and they've been good at covering the spread, actually, with the exception of that Rams game recently, is the fact that no one's probably just going to bet them against the Browns. They'll probably bet other stuff. But this game just doesn't ring out to be one of the ones you would look at. Oh, yeah, let me lay almost a touchdown on the road with the 49ers at Cleveland, a team who won last week. We know them to have a good defense. But you're right. That's going to be a mismatch for the young quarterback at the end of the day. And they're going to be able to get theirs at least.
You're right. I agree with you that when there's only going to be 30 to 35 points scored in a game, how excited could you be to get involved with anything? And so it's a good game to just take a shot, take a stab at something. You want a rooting interest? Take the 49ers defense to score a touchdown, and it'll give you something to root for every time Sanders drops back to pass.
Plus 850, so another inflated number. Usually defenses are 6-1, plus 650. You're getting plus 850 for the Niners defense.
I think that's there's my play of the game.
All right. Let's try to sift through a little bit of the garbage here to end the 1 o'clock session. Wow. Okay. There's some interesting games. Let's get this bad one out of the way. Jacksonville and the Titans. Why would anyone want to lay 6.5 on the road with the Jaguars against anybody? But as Tennessee, they have covered the last time out, or last couple of times out. They've covered the back door, so they've actually taken in the money. Jaguars winning at Arizona last week. Titans, basically getting manhandled by Seattle until they're able to get some garbage points late. Do you want nothing to do with this game?
Yeah, correct. I think that Jacksonville has a history of losing
Right.
these kinds of games. I wouldn't be surprised if this was a very competitive game. And no, I have no interest.
I got one for you. Only because he's running more now. Because probably he's getting more comfortable to run. And his number is actually up. So it's going to suggest that he will run. But I'll take the Cam Ward rushing yards, 13.5.
So he seems to be getting better.
Right.
I'll say that about him. And DK, or however you pronounce his name, has become an intriguing, kind of he'll be a nice down the field target if and when Tennessee ever puts together a nice receiving core. No, I mean, yeah. So, I mean, I agree with you that Ward in a game like this, you would think would have a better than average game all the way around.
Shamir DK plus 210 for a touchdown, just so we mentioned that. All right, next game on the list. You love Taysom Hill. We know that from the Thursday show. So the Saints are at the Dolphins. That's why you probably need to play Audric Estime just for a touchdown, just to be safe, because you're getting 12-1 on him. I had no idea he was even on the Saints, but here he is. Devin Achane, a candidate for 2 touchdowns for me on the afternoon. Jalen Waddle, maybe to score as well. He's plus 120. Achane is minus 145 for a score. I guess the Saints kind of keep this close, but I could see Miami winning at least a field goal game here. I don't think Miami loses, so it just depends what they're going to win by. If you're going to tell me they win by 3, that wouldn't be shocking. If you're going to tell me if they would somehow win by 21, I don't think that would be shocking. They're coming off the bye, probably helps them in that regard here. Give me the Dolphins at home. I'm going to be on the fade train on the Saints here as we close out the season. Why? Because they basically deserve to be there, and at some point they're going to pack it in. Meanwhile, Miami, just by virtue of seeing Kansas City lose, gives them new hope in life to keep things going if they can get a win here. So I'll take the Dolphins. Maybe the Dolphins 49ers parlay on the spreads isn't the worst thing in the world. What do you got?
Well, we see this a lot, and maybe we're even seeing this in the last 2 games we've talked about. There's this belief that one team that really needs a win, that means they're going to win, and that's just not the case, especially when you're talking about teams that are basically 500 teams. Now, 49ers have a better record than that, but they're basically a 500 type of team. Jacksonville is that kind of a team. Oh, Jacksonville, saying Tennessee, they have to win. They're going to win. Nah, not necessarily. And it's the same thing in this game. Big game for Miami, nothing game for New Orleans. Miami has to win, so they're going to win. You know what? They're just not that good a team that you should be saying that, especially against New Orleans, who's, they'll give you an honest effort. Excuse me. They'll give you an honest effort every game. So I think this is going to be a very competitive game. I don't see this being a blowout at all, and I wouldn't be shocked if New Orleans won. I think it'll come down to a field goal at the end. But I'm sticking with my guy. I'm sticking with Hill in this game as the most likely New Orleans guy to score a touchdown. I hope they're creative with him this week. I mean, obviously last week they let him run the ball a lot, but he throws it sometimes. He catches it sometimes, even when he's in a backfield or quarterback position. So I'm hoping that he can come through with even more than just one cheap little touchdown. So he's my player of the weekend that I'm looking at. I'd be interested in trying him a bunch of different ways. And you know, the opponent here is not a stellar one. I don't think this is going to be a low scoring game. Not that it's going to you know, break any records for scoring, but I think both teams will score in the 20s in this game. And if that's the case, if New Orleans is scoring 3 touchdowns in this game, well, you know, I'll give Hill a chance to get 2 of them. We talked about this the other day. So much of this is luck. You know, if the Rattler throws a pass to Olave and he gets tackled at the 1 yard line, well, Olave deserves the touchdown, but it's going to be Hill that gets it. You know, if he goes into the end zone, well, then Hill doesn't even take the field. If he tackled at the 6 yard line, then Hill may not even get a chance. So it's just a matter of where did the guy step out of bounds? And, you know, we see this a lot with Philadelphia. You know, the last thing you want to see if you have Barkley is one of the Philly receivers catch a ball and go out of bounds at the 1 yard line, because you know the quarterback's going to get the touchdown there. So, you know, a lot of it's luck. And I just think that in a game where you could project that you know, New Orleans is able to score points against most teams, you know, I'll give him a better than 50-50 shot to score 1 touchdown and then maybe luck into that second one.
All right, let's see here. I have him for 8.5 for his carries, rushing attempts at plus 114. So if he carries 9 times, you can get plus money. For 30 yards is plus 152. His baseline is 24.5. If you think he can get to 50 somehow, you're getting plus 550. On his touchdown, you're getting, we mentioned it the other day, plus 140. And then 10-1 on the 2 touchdowns.
Wow. Well, those last 2 numbers, I mean, last week he carried 10 times, he got 17 yards. So, I mean, he's not going to get to 50 yards. I don't see how that's, you know, even remotely possible. He's much more likely to catch a pass, and you know, and
don't have that yet.
And run
no
30
receiving,
yards with it.
no receiving or passing numbers yet.
Right. So I just think he's better than even money to score a touchdown. I'm definitely on that. 2 touchdowns, I think, is a distinct possibility, and I think that price is the most attractive thing that I've seen so far. As I said, it's luck is going to have to be involved, but at that price, you know, I'm willing to roll the dice on it.
All right, I'm going to take Achane at minus 145 for a touchdown because he always scores.
I agree. I do think Miami, you know, should be able to counter with points of, you know, on their own on this game.
Actually,
so,
that's not the worst play. Maybe is Achane for 2 and Hill for 2. Let's see. That pays out 50-1. So $10 will win you $500. Achane for 2, Taysom Hill for 2.
I like it. I'd also say that what are we getting on 49ers defense to score a touchdown and Hill to score 2 touchdowns? That's going to break the bank.
With or without Achane?
No, without.
Without Achane, you're going to get I guarantee you no one else in the world will have this parlay, which is the best thing about it. $10 wins you 1,030.
Oh my goodness!
On the San Fran defense and Taysom Hill, and then if you want to add in Achane as a super juicer on 2 touchdowns, $10 will win you $4,750. Sign me up. All right, next game on the board. I think we have weather here. Otherwise, I might be tempted to look at some Kirk Cousins numbers. Atlanta Falcons at the Jets. Falcons minus 2.5. 39.5 is the over-under here. Why does that seem low? I don't think of these two teams playing 20-17. I think of these teams playing like 27-24 anyway.
I agree. I think that both teams should be able to run the ball. I think in this game, certainly Robinson against a Jets team that gave away at the trade deadline some of their best defenders. So Atlanta should be able to score on the ground in this game. But I also think that Hall is someone who's gaining some momentum late in the season. Atlanta's defense is not elite. They do put pressure on the quarterback, but that shouldn't really impact the Jets because they're not they don't have Wilson. They're not going to throw the ball down the field. They're much more likely to swing it out to their back. So I think that Hall, should have a really nice game here. I think Robinson should have a nice game here. And I agree with you. Even if the weather's bad, well, those two players shouldn't be impacted.
No. That should help their calls.
In fact, they
help.
might even get more opportunities if the weather's bad.
They're both mutters.
I like both of those guys in this game.
Let's see. Receiving yards, I always love those. No thanks to Barkley for 0 on that yesterday. 32.5 for Bijan, 20.5 for Breece Hall. Anytime you can get Bijan at a low number like that, that's fine. I don't see Bijan listed. Here we go. You could talk me into this because we've won this before. And the payout's not quite as great. In fact, you can probably talk me into taking Hall too. But the player for the most receiving yards, Breece Hall's 19-1 and Bijan 7-1. I dare say take both of those. I think you have a shot to win that bet.
Most receiving yards of all receivers?
In this game, yes.
And just in this game?
Yeah, just in this game.
Oh, well, I thought you meant league-wide.
No, just in this game. Because we don't have London.
I'm not sure who would challenge that on the Jets.
We have Mooney, Pitts, Adonai Mitchell, Mason Taylor, John Mechie, David Sills.
Exactly. Right. Bijan should be favored over all of those guys.
Yeah, he's 7-1.
If the weather's not great. So, Hall. He's someone who he's not nearly the game breaker that Robinson is. So Hall might catch more passes than Robinson, but I would guess it's going to go for lesser yards. So Robinson would be an intriguing play with those numbers.
Right. And then if you just wanted to take some insurance on them both and dumb them down here on their alternate numbers. Let's see. Let's just shoot for 40. I don't think that's unreasonable for either one of these guys. Because Breece Hall, at the end of the day, he is make one guy and he can find himself in the open space, especially against the Falcons. But both of them for 40 are plus 720.
Yeah, I think you go to 50. First off, Robinson's number 32.5 to start with, so going to 40 isn't really doing much for you. But I think like I said, you got two different types of back here. If Robinson catches 4 passes, well, one of them is going for 20 or 25 yards, which gets you halfway to 50. And in Hall's case, I can see Hall catches 7 or 8 balls here. So even if a majority of them are only for 5 or 8 yards, all it takes is one 15-yarder, and you get. So I like both of their receiving numbers. As a baseline numbers, I think they're very strong plays, and then I can see bumping them, each one of them up to 50.
50 yards or more receiving for Breece Hall and Bijan Robinson pays plus 1820. All right, I like it. That's worth a $50 bill right there. Especially on a profit boost token type of play, you know. They're going to give me like a 30 or 50% boost on something. All right, next game on the board. Texans and the Colts. This is the most probably intriguing game to me at one, probably for the same reason you'll think so, is that how will the Colts respond after that loss last week? Will they bounce back, or will they maybe start this snowball rolling on what could be a disastrous end of the year with the schedule? If they're going to win some games here at the end, this is one they have to win. They're 3.5-point favorites, 44.5. The Texans, we talked about good defenses. You got to throw the Texans in this top 2 or 3 or 4 defenses in the league. And is that going to be enough to shut down Jonathan Taylor and company? The quarterback's dinged up a little bit. Daniel Jones for the Colts. So at some point, do we see Richardson? That'd be crazy. CJ Stroud is back, it looks like. But it looks like what they'll do to me is, I mean, this has to be some sort of a rushing attack from the get-go for the Texans, right? Does that make Woody Marks very playable here at 52.5 yards? Is he the running back we should be looking at instead of Jonathan Taylor? I would think you'd want to keep Jonathan Taylor and company off the field and let Stroud ease back into things. So Woody Marks at 52.5, that seems like a light number to me. If the Texans are going to get things going on the ground here, if it's going to be through the air, then you're going to get some low numbers on guys like Christian Kirk, who's just 18.5. Jaden Higgins, 36.5. Let's see. Your boy Warren's 50.5. Interesting game here. I think it plays under, and I think it's a field goal game either way. Not going to be shocked if the Texans win here, but I think a close game, probably lower scoring. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's a very good game, very intriguing. You mentioned earlier when you were talking about the best defenses that you didn't include Houston, although now you have, and I agree with you on that assessment. They have to be ranked right up there among the top defenses, but especially in terms of getting to the quarterback. And I'm not sure that's a big factor in this game because Indy's going to try to run the ball against Houston, which I think you have to do against Houston to be successful. And that's what Indy wants to do anyway. So I think you're going to, and you mentioned Daniel Jones is banged up. I think you're going to get a very, very heavy dose of Taylor in this game. And at the same time, Houston has passed the ball fairly effectively, even with their backup in there. And, they get Stroud back. That certainly shouldn't hurt their passing game at all. Indy is a very average defense. I can see Houston having some passing success. Obviously, weather's not going to be a factor in this game. But I just think it comes down to, strength against strength here. Indy's going to try to run the ball with their big offensive line, and Houston with their defensive front. They're better against the pass than against the run. So I think that this should be a really nice game for Taylor. And I do think that Houston can counter with some passing. And so, it's, I think a game to go either way, but like you said, I just got to believe the way this season has gone that Indy's going to find a way to win this game. And you mentioned Warren's number. Warren is somebody who fits well into a game plan against Houston with,
right.
With their big pass rush. You want to get rid of the ball quickly. Let's throw it to our tight end who's, about as good as anybody in the league at catching and then running for an additional 10 yards. And so while that number sounds a little high for a tight end, I can see him getting 2 or 3 15-yard type of receptions in this game. And so, if I had to, if I had to pick two guys in this game to do anything with, Taylor's number is usually out of sight, and makes it hard to play him. But maybe it's come down some because of the defense here. But I'd also give Warren a chance to get over his number as well.
Yeah, 50.5. You're right when you say it like that. That sounds so cheap. Touchdown wise, let's see here. Warren's plus 195. I mean, we're going to be limited on touchdowns, right? If we're lower scoring.
Right.
So.
Well, like I said, it just depends on how much Indy can run the ball against Houston. If they can run the ball effectively and go down and ball control and get ahead 7-0 after their first drive by running the ball downfield, even if it takes them 8 or 9 minutes, it kind of puts Houston in their passing mode, which I think is going to be a good mode for them in this game. And they can start matching points a little bit, but if Houston's shutting down Indy's running game, and then the game could very well turn, kind of what typical Houston game is, much more conservative. So, just who do you believe in more, Houston's defense or Indy's running game? And they're both really good. So, my sense is that Indy's running game is going to win out in this game, but it's not a strong feeling. So
if I'm right on marks, maybe a good strategy would be to wait a quarter. If the Houston defense looks dominant, then fire on marks, because they're bound to get the lead and then milk it home, or try to.
Well, that's a good point. Yes, I mean, this is going to be one of those games where I think early on you're going to get a good feel for, is Indy going to have success running the ball in this game? Because they're going to come right out with Taylor up the middle, that very first play. Oh, stuffed at the line of scrimmage. Oh, boy, that's not good. Or the other way around, he runs, the big line pushes forward, he gains 8 yards. And they say, you know what? We're going to do this every play until they stop.
Right.
But it's very, like I said, it's very possible that first play, no gain. And now, oh, boy, now what do we do? Now we got Jones, who's banged up, and they've got this huge pass rush. This is a disaster. And so, it makes it a completely different game. So the first drive of this game, I think, is going to be very telling.
All right, that knocks out the early slate. 3 games in the next window. We'll start with the non-West teams. We'll go with Buffalo and the Steelers. Buffalo -3, 45.5. I talked about the Patriots having line issues. The Bills all of a sudden have major offensive line issues with injuries. And you mentioned when I jumped on the freight train of the Pittsburgh having a bad defense, you said, "Oh, no, pump your brakes a little bit. They're probably, a little bit better than what we think." And off to a rough start. Let's give them a chance to get their feet underneath them. And sure enough, they've been much, much better. At home are the Steelers in Acrisure Stadium. I think this is a horrendous spot for the Bills, to be honest. Just for that sole fact that your Steeler defense is trending the right way. We have offensive line issues for the Bills. We know that no one's star strikes you in the receiving game. It's really James Cook or Josh Allen or nothing at this point. And we talked about teams changing the guard. I'm not prepared to say the Steelers are one of these teams that are jumping to elite status by knocking off Buffalo, if that's what they were able to do. I just think that this is a game that they should be able to win here. Or if they're trying to make a decent playoff push, this is a game that they should be able to win. Buffalo, I just think they continuously have their issues, and what could be a weather game could be just fine for the Steelers here at home. I think it's just a bad spot for Buffalo overall, and I'll lean with the Steelers probably in what is, I don't know. I don't know if I'm prepared to call this a low-scoring game. The Steelers can still probably put a fair amount of points up, and then maybe Buffalo's pushed into some sort of a hurry-up offense there for the last quarter or so and pushes this over the total because they can play in the cold weather too at the end of the day. It's just Josh Allen has a lack of weapons around him to me, and I don't know how that gets better. So give me Pittsburgh, who has probably the best unit on the field of the four, which is their defense. I think they can win this game at home. What do you like?
Yeah, no, I agree with pretty much everything you said there. I think that the way Buffalo's played this season, it almost requires a high-scoring game in order for them to win. And they certainly have the firepower to do that. But Pittsburgh's defense is better than most people think. And they're not the kind of team you want to get into a shootout with, not because of Pittsburgh's offense, but because of Pittsburgh's defense. You're not going to win a whole lot of games for them when you go in and thinking, well, first team to 30 is going to win this game. Well, you're not going to get to 30 that often against Pittsburgh's defense. They're just very well coached. And Buffalo, I mean, they remind me of Baltimore, Detroit, Kansas City, these teams where we keep expecting them to be better and they're just not doing it. And at what point do you say, you know what, this is just not their season? I think in some ways they're kind of similar to Baltimore, much worse off than Detroit and Kansas City. Their defense has just been so bad that I think Pittsburgh should be able to put up enough points to win this game without it having to go, into a 35-31 kind of game. I think they can move the ball methodically. I think Warren is someone that they're using a lot. And I think, Buffalo's defense just has not been stopping people. I think they'll keep beating Warren on the ground and through the air. I think you could have a really nice game here. And I do think Pittsburgh's going to find a way to win this game.
62.5 for Warren on his rushing yards. For his receiving number, 8.5 yards.
Wow. Why so low?
Well, because it seems like he ignores them a lot, to be honest, but that's going to change. So,
well, and I think also, they do, on third down, he comes off a lot, and they've got a backup who catches passes. So, but still, I just don't. I mean, the Buffalo team that I've seen in recent weeks, they really struggle with basic defensive concepts. I mean, they don't stop running games. They're very poor on the flanks. I mean, I think back to the Houston game a couple weeks ago. The Tampa game a couple weeks ago, where Tampa was running the ball like crazy against them, and Tampa is not much of a running team. It just seems that their running backs were 2 steps faster than all of Buffalo's defense. I think Warren should have a really, really big game here. I'd take him over both of those numbers just because the passing number is so low that, you get that on one reception. And then, the rushing number is also very reasonable. I see, Pittsburgh doesn't want to get into a track meet here. I mean, Buffalo is fully capable, as we've seen this any number of times, that you want to play a 38-35 game. You know what? We like that. And Pittsburgh does not like that. And so they'll be very conservative. Rodgers will throw his little short passes. And, I think Warren's a very good play in this game, both of those numbers.
Warren for 50 yards receiving is 17-1. If you parlay him with Breece Hall and Bijan Robinson for 50 each, $10 wins you $3,255.
Well, the scary part about that is he's got an 8.5 yard total for some reason. It's like they're expecting him not to catch one ball, and now we're talking about him getting to 50 yards somehow. I think that's it's a reach, But I do think he's going to somehow, some way, get over 100 total yards. Now, is it going to be 90 on the ground and 10 through the air? Possible, I guess, depending upon how successful they are running the ball. But I do think that I just think back to that Tampa game, and you get your running back out on the flank against them, and next thing you know, he's 40 yards down the field. So, it just takes one of those to get you to that magical 50 number. So, yeah, you're bold. Do it. It's the 50-50-50 club.
You can also do the 50-50-30 in that same regard and put down $10 to win 1,315. He's plus 630 for 30 yards.
You're turning conservative on me all
now. We just call that the popcorn method. Pop it through the roof. All right. So I like that. That's for sure. Any other low hanger receivers we can look at real quick? Let me see here. Gainwell's 18 and a half.
In the Pittsburgh game?
Yeah.
Well, I think Kincaid is a big part of Buffalo's offense that's been missing lately. And I think, he's I don't know if he's back this week. It sounded like he was close to coming back last week.
Right.
When we talk about the importance of winning these games, we've got so many teams that are kind of in the same boat. And while that doesn't mean you're going to win just because it's an important game, but what it does mean is you're going to try to get your better players out on the field. You want to maximize your chances of winning. So if you've got Kincaid, who wasn't quite ready to go last week, and this week, you know what? I don't know if we should be playing him or not. Well, this is a pretty big game for us. We need him out there. So if he's, if he's, I don't even know that he's going to be activated for this game, but if he is, then that'll be a good sign that he could be someone who really adds to Buffalo's offense.
He's off the board at the moment.
Yeah, see, that's what I was afraid of. I'm not sure that he's even, that he's going to be ready to go. So
if I have a list of quarterbacks to throw for 2 touchdowns, I think I'll throw Aaron Rodgers on that list. He's even money for over 1.5 touchdowns.
Well, what they don't have on this team is that big bruising, run the ball in from the 2-yard line kind of back. Warren is not that kind of back. And so, when they get down there closer to the goal line, they're as likely to throw the ball.
Yeah, it's just a slot to DK.
They got Metcalf, who's a great target in the end zone. Freiermuth catches touchdown. I think that's it's an interesting play. Because, as I said, Pittsburgh's going to score in the 20s in this game. And if Buffalo really, gets into this track meet, Pittsburgh could possibly get into the 30s. So for him to throw 2 touchdown passes on a team that doesn't run the ball in very well, I think that's a very reasonable request.
Rodgers is in the quick slant club. He's one of those quarterbacks at the 1-yard line who will fake the handoff and throw that quick slant to DK. He lived by that with Devontae Adams in Green Bay. That's such a good moneymaker back in the day. So you always have that going for you as well. All right. Let's do Chargers and Raiders. I mean,
do we have to?
Do the Raiders give you anything that you like here at all? I mean, rushing attempts by Genty, is that their... I mean, they got this. Has to be. Now, I don't trust the Chargers, but this is a game in which they should be able to handle business, right? I mean, they have to win this game by 15, 20 points, correct?
Well, as you said, it's hard to trust the Chargers. I'm just, I'm concerned about the Raiders' psyche at this point. I mean, if you can't beat Cleveland at home with their third-string quarterback making his first start, and it was a 2-touchdown game, then where are you at? The changing offensive coordinators, just fired Chip Kelly.
Right.
You got to wonder if my old neighbor Pete is even going to be back next year. Are the Raiders even going to show up this week? I would hope so for Pete's case, but for Pete's sake. But I don't know. This is a tough spot. It is a division game, so they should be excited about it. A short trip and good weather, so you got all that going. But in the end, you're right. I mean, it's Genty and Bowers, and they're going to get all the action. But they're scoring 10 points like they did last week at home. Then I don't care how much they're getting the ball. I just can't recommend them. On the Chargers side, Quentin Johnston, he was having such a great season, and now all of a sudden he's kind of fallen off the map. But here, I would think this would be an opportunity for him to get back on the rails. So I don't know. I would maybe take a stab with him. Is this the week Hampton is coming back? And how are they going to work him
I think
in?
they rolled him out. I think I saw this morning.
Oh, okay. So, I'll take Quentin Johnston for a touchdown in this game as my, my only play in a game like, this game kind of got 27 to, 10, 27 to 13 written all over it. So it's, one-sided. You got to look at the Chargers in terms of, who's going to be scoring these touchdowns. Oh, hopefully you catch a nice number with him. I'll take him for a TD.
Your old neighbor Pete killed me last week. I got a bone to pick with him. I lost a ticket of 4 quarterbacks under their passing yards on the premise that you might even see Geno get benched last week, and he did everything in his power to get benched, and he never did. He let him hang in there at the end, and sure enough, he got those. Once Cleveland went to that prevent defense at the end of the game, he was able to get over his passing total. In fact, he needed like 100 yards, like in that fourth quarter alone to get there. That's how far behind he was. So what I thought was going to be a winning ticket turned into a loser in garbage time from Geno not getting benched. I could see Geno getting benched in this game, perhaps, if this gets ugly. So I'll go back to the well. Shame on me if it loses 209.5 under Geno Smith passing yards in this game.
Seems good to me. I mean, they just don't have.
Chargers have a
weapons
good
on the
defense. They're going to
outside.
hold them down. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you keep throwing the ball to your tight ends, and you end up with 25, receptions and 25, completions, for 175 yards. So it's hard to get over 200 when your outside guys aren't catching much.
All right, I stand to think that I'll say this, almost by default, Max Brosmer has to be better than J.J. McCarthy and what Carson Wentz had to offer for the Vikings. That bar is set so low for this guy. I'm not sure how he could do any worse, to be honest. So on my hunch of the week, and Seattle can keep a bad team in a football game. We saw they let Tennessee kind of sneak back in there last week. Now, the Vikings have no business winning this game, and I get it. They're huge underdogs here. I don't expect them to win, but I'm not going to lay the points here with Seattle. Just in case this Brosmer guy comes out and actually shows somewhat of a pulse on offense. Will he? Yeah, chances are he's not. No one expects him to do anything, but maybe that's the reason why you buy so low on this guy. He's only 170.5 for his passing yards. The throw for 2 touchdowns in this game, Brosmer is at plus 370, 14-1 for 3, which obviously that's probably getting carried away. We've never seen Justin Jefferson numbers to this extreme, but he's plus 270 for 1 touchdown for Justin Jefferson. He was 17-1 last week for 2 touchdowns. He's 27-1 this week. Now, Jackson Smith is probably the right play for 2 touchdowns at plus 750. And, yeah, I expect Seattle to win. They are the better team. Offensively by a degree and defensively by a degree. But Minnesota's one quarterback away from kind of being Seattle-ish in a way. So if this guy shows any remote case of a pulse, that then the Vikings are going to compete here a little bit. It's hard to say pre-flop that they will and put your money down on it, but I'm not gonna bet on the Seattle side thinking that this is going to be a walkover. And I almost want to take this Brosmer guy and all this stuff just to give him a chance here and have some fun with it. But I'm not going to write Minnesota off here completely. How about you?
Well, I'm reminded here of when the Bengals lost their quarterback and they brought in Flacco, after having gone with their backup quarterback for a while. The more they got away from their starting quarterback, the more the reserve guy came in and just decided, whether he decided or whether the coordinator decided, look, we're going to make it simple on you. Just throw the ball to Chase every time, every play. So, slant ins, down and out, 5 yards at a time. He'll be like our running back. And that would be the wise thing for, this young quarterback coming in from Minnesota to do this week. Is just, look, throw the ball to Jefferson every play. Let's get him 20 targets this week. He'll catch 12 of them. He'll get some yardage. He'll get his TD, maybe even 2 TDs. I think at the numbers you cited, it's almost you almost have to play him.
Yes. You have
in
to.
some way,
Yeah.
because it's just, if the goal here is to, give the new quarterback any chance of succeeding, well, you've got to really maximize your chief weapon. And there's no doubt on Minnesota who that is. You might say, well, they'll try to run the ball more, which, they might try, but Seattle's a very good defensive team. And this is a game where Seattle has played so well that they could really get a nice lead in this game. And all the more reason for Minnesota to throw the ball more,
right?
But not, don't hold the ball and throw it 40 yards down the field. Just, hit him quickly, hit him on a screen, hit him, before they can get a double team on him. And just, try, because if nothing else in this game, or any game Minnesota plays for the rest of the year, priority one has to be, let's keep Jefferson happy. We don't want to go into the off season and have the big story to be, I'm out of here next year. This is a terrible situation. I want to play for a better team. Make him happy. Throw him the ball 15 times, 18 times. Let him get his 100 yards. Let him get his TD. Let him, fly home thinking, we lost 38-17, but I feel good about the way that I play. I feel good about the future. So, I can. To me, if I were the coordinator and trying to help out this young quarterback, let's keep it simple. Throw the ball to Jefferson. So I think that Jefferson for 2 touchdowns at that number. It's intriguing.
How about this? 5.5 catches plus 116.
This is somebody saying, this backup quarterback, he can't throw, he can only run. That's a little ridiculous. I understand he's not having a great season and what have you, but this is a new chapter. This is okay. We got a new guy coming in. What can we do to help this guy be successful? It just seems like a no-brainer to me that, here's what we do. Just we'll send Jefferson in motion. You just flip the ball forward to him. Let him run around the end. We'll do that a couple of different times. Get your completion numbers up. Get his receptions numbers up. I don't mean to say I think Minnesota's going to win this game. They'll probably get blown out in this game. But there's nothing wrong with that.
No, that's fine for us. Yeah.
Yeah. They're going to keep, keep trying to put points up. And
Well, here's another angle, too.
I take his receptions. I take his, touchdown. One touchdown was a nice number. 2 touchdowns is an incredibly nice number. That has to go on a greedy ticket somewhere.
I'll tell you what, too, and I got another angle in a second, but over 5.5 catches for Jefferson. Let me compound that and add on Aaron Jones over 2.5 receptions. How about that? That is minus 160. But, man, if I had $1,000 to win 2,000 at a little over 2-to-1 odds, I mean, that's not the worst bet in the world, to be honest, because he'll dump it off to Jones 3 times probably at some point. But here's the other angle too, Dave. We're not thinking about. You got to give Brian Flores some credit here as a defensive coordinator and coming up with some sort of a game plan against the quarterback he's gonna know very, very well here. So a Sam Darnold interception would not surprise me either. And another reason why Minnesota could compete.
Well, but the problem there is that this game could get out of hand in a hurry. I mean, you're talking about a team that's playing. Forget about last week's game, which they seemed to coast in. Before last week, Seattle was playing defense about as good as anybody in the league. And I remember that Rams game a couple weeks ago. That was a very low-scoring game. And the week before that, where they had played Arizona and won like 52-0 or whatever that was. I just think Seattle is rolling. I think Minnesota is, in neutral, if not going backwards. I just think this has blowout written all over it. And if that turns out to be the case, then Donald's not going to have to throw a whole lot in this game. I think you get a lot of Walker in this game. So that would be my concern. If you're looking for, a guy to throw an interception, you want somebody like Sanders who you think, okay, they're going to have to throw a lot in the second half because it's going to be a close game or they're going to be behind. In this kind of game, Seattle's in this game 28-3 at halftime. They may not throw a pass the whole second half, and then your whole idea that you need an interception. Well, it ain't going to happen. He only threw the ball 15 times all game. That's my concern about this game.
Roger that. All right. So some interesting angles there with Jefferson, at least. That's very compelling. That's of all the games and all those scenarios, I'm almost as interested to see how that one plays out more than anything, because there is a huge pot of gold at the end of that rainbow, potentially, if you play it right. Let's see. All right, that's it for the later slate. I think the Broncos are on upset alert here. I really do. It's a weird game. It's a cross country. They're coming off emotional victory. We do get McLaurin back for the Commanders. What he contributes, who knows? We know we don't have the quarterback, Jaden Daniels, but Mariota's a decent enough veteran here. And Washington is a team who is just 1 year removed from – they're not going to make the playoffs this year. But they have plenty of guys who played last season that did make the playoffs. Have they been a bad team? Yes. They lost all those games, I think, 5 in a row by 20 points or more, which was an NFL record. They barely lost that game. They could have won that game against Miami across seas. But this has been a chance off a bye week to completely push the reset button. I think they know they're not going to go anywhere. They're playing for pride. And I'm not so sure Denver, as good as they've been, this just isn't a weird spot for them. It is the night game. So weird stuff happens. Everyone in the world is going to have the Broncos minus 5.5 in this game. So you know what happens when that happens. It's the underdog that comes to pay the price here and provide the victory and the green check mark. Give me the Commanders outright win here on a more or less just a hunch. That's what the NFL does. And I don't think the Dolphins finish the season with just 2 losses. They'll find a couple more along the road here. Why not against a team like Washington? Even though they're missing their quarterback, they're at least playoff savvy from a year ago and a decent amount of weapons. Maybe their youth at wide receiver can step up a little bit. I wouldn't be shocked to see Ertz have a decent game at tight end. You're going to have to attack this Denver defense somehow. And maybe this is a grinded out type of game for Washington that they grind out and win. Their defense hasn't been good, Washington, so that gives Bo Nix and company hope. Mariota, let's get that ground game going a little bit and see if you can get some misdirection on this Denver defense. If Denver wins this convincingly, it's because their defense is that dominant. If the Denver defense budges, then Washington has a chance to win here. I think this is just a bad spot. Give me Washington for the win. So what do you think?
Well, from a personal standpoint, I need McLaurin to get back up to speed come fantasy playoff time. He was a key pick for me this year. He's done nothing. I could really use his help moving forward. Not this week. I don't have him in my lineup this week, but with the playoffs starting next week, be nice to see him have a nice game Sunday night, and then be able to move forward with him, in my playoffs. Now, so I'll be watching that aspect of it. Key to this game is going to be Washington's terrible against the run, but Denver's not really a running team, and so you've got Harvey. A lot has been expected of him this year. He hasn't done that well. This is an opportunity for him maybe to have his best game. But like you said, this is not a good spot for Denver. I'm wondering if the weather's going to be like. We know it's going to be a night game. And this is Denver is not strong where Washington is weakest. So this is not necessarily a great matchup for Denver. I think Washington can keep this game close, especially if they can get McLaurin, going with Debo in their passing game at Ertz. They do have the weapons, even against a good pass defense, to put up some numbers. And like I said, slow down Denver's offense, kind of force Denver maybe even into a bit of a passing game. And then, this is where the weather, would be a factor. I mean, how cold is it? Is it raining? Is it, whatever. So, I don't know. I agree with you that this game, seems like it's going to be a close game. I wouldn't be shocked if Washington won. And this is about the 4th time I've said this, but Denver needs a win. That doesn't mean they're going to win. And this is a good, competitive, prideful team. I think Washington, no matter how this game plays out, has a chance to hang in there, has a chance to be that team that scored, the last one to score, in what shouldn't be a too terribly high-scoring game. So, I don't know. I think it'll be an interesting game to watch. I'm not sure it's an interesting game to be involved with.
Right. All right. So I think we got plenty of good picks. I like it. If we're going to do some sort of team parlay of 2 teams just to beat, win by 10 to 14 points, 49ers and Rams?
Well, Rams, definitely. I think that, Seattle to me is the most likely team
Right.
because they're a blowout kind of team. And so, I think they'll put up they should be able to handle Minnesota easily. I think Tampa, God knows what's going on with the line in that game. I think they're another team that could blow out their opponent. The 49ers game, I'm just concerned that you got the California team going into bad weather. You got the other team all excited about their new quarterback. Got their deep, the best defensive player in the league against a very average or below average offensive line. I don't know. There are factors of that game that, lead me to believe that it's not going to be an easy win for the 49ers. So to me, the three blowout games are the Rams, the Tampa Bay, and Seattle.
Okay, so I'm afraid of Seattle just because I'm trying to root for this Brosmer guy so much.
Right.
But I think actually, if we're both kind of right, over 41.5 will be too low in that game. Because that's the number Seattle can almost get by themselves, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's, the big concern in that game is the uncertainty of the quarterback.
He just does
you
zero.
Just don't know. I mean, is he going to go out there and just not be NFL ready? And so
it can't be any worse than what it's been, but maybe it can be.
And so so you get to the fourth quarter, it's 31-3. You're one touchdown away. Seattle has no interest in scoring anymore. And so it all comes down to your Minnesota quarterback. Can he drive him down the field in one of their two possessions? And that could get very frustrating. And so that's, I don't know. So I just, there's too much uncertainty there.
All right. All in on the Jefferson stuff, though, at least for me. Okay, Dave. Where do you stand in fantasy? Maybe as this week stands now, and your future looking forward to the playoffs here. And what about your son? Is he hanging in there?
Well, my son's in a really intriguing situation. My situation is much easier. There are three teams in my league that have separated themselves a little bit from the pack. I'm one of them, but I'm also number 3 in that pecking order. So my matchup this week, it doesn't really I would need both teams ahead of me to lose in order to move up to the number 1 slot. That's very unlikely to happen. If one of them loses, well, I can move up from second to third. That doesn't mean anything, come playoff time. I still draw the same matchup. So, to me, I got off to a nice start this week. I had Watson going, and Goff had a nice game, and Rice had a monster game. So, I'm winning my matchup. But again, that doesn't really matter. My son's team is in 5th place, tied for 5th, and needs to win and then get a couple of breaks in order to make the playoffs. So it's a very convoluted situation. But his team got off to a really nice start. He had Watson going. He had Goff going. He had somebody else who played in one of the early games. Trying to think of who that would have been. Aubrey, this kicker had a decent game. So he's off to a really nice start. It looks like he's got a good chance to win his matchup, but he needs one of the teams ahead of him to lose. And then there's actually a team that he's tied with that has a better point differential. So he needs that team to lose as well. So it's very complicated. A lot of scoreboard watching, a lot of stats watching. I'm more interested in how his team does than my team, because I can almost assure you that I'm going to be in the 2-3 matchup next week, and then we'll see if I can get McLaurin back in the lineup, because I do need am I going to play Watson now every game moving forward, or will I put McLaurin in there? Do I fit Barkley, who hasn't been doing well? And which group maybe put in a third wide receiver at flex? I don't know. I mean, so I got decisions to make, but first things first. I'm rooting on my son's team to I think ESPN says he's got a 20% chance to make the playoffs, and but he's doing his part. He got off to a nice start with these first set of games that are complete. So anyway, fun weekend.
Well, we know we always talk so many props and try to crunch these numbers and come up with winners. We almost neglect fantasy to some extent, where we should be doing a hair more of that, like in terms of crown jewels on the waiver wire or something like that. On a waiver wire this week, anyone stick out to you for if anyone has some needs out there?
Well, I convinced my son, who's had all kinds of problems at tight end. He made a nice trade to get Ferguson when Ferguson was trending
Good.
upward.
And then he did
Ever
bad,
since
yeah.
he's had him, he
Right.
hasn't done anything.
Right.
So I convinced them this week to pick up Taysom Hill and play him at tight end ahead of Ferguson. And then, Ferguson got a TD in that game against Kansas City, but then they called it back. Or said it was down at the 1 yard line. Anyway, they took the touchdown away.
Right.
Oh, I don't know, thank goodness. And he ended up not having a great game. I was tempted to pick up Taysom Hill and play him at tight end. Again, my matchup this week didn't mean that much, so I could have a little fun with it. I have Warren as my tight end, so it would really make no sense to make a change there. But just to, shake things up a little bit, I thought about it. But I didn't have a guy to drop. And so I decided not to do it. But anyway, you want to roll the dice on a tight end, a guy who I think is your tight end going to score a touchdown this week? Well, I got one for you that's going to score a touchdown. And so I pick him up and give him a shot.
All right, if we're going to build a DraftKings lineup of 6 players for one of their tournaments, we'll throw Hill in there as a tight end. Who would be your who would fill out your roster? Quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and a flex for the games this Sunday.
Okay. Let's see. Let's game by game. I mean, I think I wouldn't take. I mean, I think McCaffrey's going to have a decent game catching the ball, but I wouldn't put him in there. I wouldn't put any of the Jacksonville, Tennessee guys. I think Taylor's going to have a lot of rushing yards, but I wouldn't put him in there either. I think that I think Bijan Robinson has to be one of those guys. I think that I strongly consider Wilson of Arizona as one of the receivers.
Yeah, and he'll be a lower ticket number 2, so that'd be better. Yep.
I think Nakua, will have a really nice game. I think Jefferson is someone you'd have to consider. I think Warren is someone you'd have to consider as well. So I'll take Warren and Bijan as my backs, and I'll take. Okay, so it's going to come down to Wilson and Jefferson. Did I have a third?
And Puka. You could probably use all 3 of those.
Wilson, Jefferson, and Nakua. To play it safe, let's go for it.
One can be
let's
a flex.
Go with,
Let's
go with Wilson and Jefferson and sit Nakua there, and then I'll throw Jimmy Hill as my sleeper tight end. That's I didn't give you a quarterback at all. I mean, the odds on the game are giving me pause here, but give me Mayfield as my quarterback.
Right. And Rodgers might not be the worst case for money-wise if it comes to budgeting either, to be honest.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I didn't realize that budget was a big factor.
I don't know what they are, but I'm assuming, use Wilson. and Taysom Hill. So
right. So if you
that
throw
helps.
Wilson in there with Hill, then you're getting two cheap guys.
Right.
That'll help you.
And Warren's
go
probably
out there.
relatively cheap, you would think.
Yeah, right. So I mean, the only really big name guy we got going on here is Bijan. And so if we throw Nakua out and put Wilson in there, even Jefferson's probably got to be cheaper than he normally is. But they'd be the two, Jefferson and Bijan would be the two higher priced guys. And then Warren and Wilson would be lower priced. And then Hill, a tight end, which would be very cheap. And then, I'd go with Mayfield as my quarterback.
All right, Dave. Enjoy the games. We'll talk next week.
Okay, should be a lot of fun. Yeah, a lot of good games and good, a lot of fantasy angles going. So should be a real fun Sunday.
That's what I like. Everyone's kind of hungover from Thanksgiving, and they've been gambling all day Friday, and they're exhausted here on a Saturday, and here we are. We're crunching numbers, looking for the best angles.
Well, even
keep it
you
short.
look at if you look at the games themselves, there isn't one game on there. Now, again, we talked about this. So many of the top teams have already played. But if you look at the games themselves, there isn't that one game, even in the late window, where you would say, all right, you got Buffalo and Pittsburgh. That game 14 weeks ago seemed like it would have, big time interest. It'll be an interesting game, but it's certainly not a must-watch game. There is no must-watch game in the morning at all. Out here we'll get San Francisco and Cleveland, which the rest of the country would say, "Oh my goodness, thank goodness we're not stuck with that." But you know what? That's going to be a fun game. I'm very curious to see Sanders go up against a real opponent and see how it works out. So and then with so many angles going on in these other games, it's nice to I'll have my phone out monitoring the play-by-play on my fantasy guys and what have you. So it's just looking forward to it.
All right. Have a good weekend. We'll catch up next week.
Okay, thanks. You too.
All right. Welcome back. We are right at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is the Round Robin. You're on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. I am Stephen Murray. Let's do a little bit of the art of making tickets. We got a couple of people chiming in here. Let's see what they like. At Church Boy Reg, he chimes in. He wants us to pick two players: Lad McConkey, Justin Jefferson, or Chris Olave. I would look for Lad, and I would take actually Jefferson. Church Boy, good question there. I think I'd leave Olave out, but he might actually be a decent pick as well. He doesn't have too bad of a chemistry. At 4th and 1, Peace Phillips. The YouTube voice is going in and out a little bit. Dave, want to go monitor that for a few minutes? Why don't you see what's up with that? I was monitoring. You know what? 4th and 1, that might be you, because I was monitoring as well, and I did not hear any of that. I was getting a clear feed. So that actually might be a connection on your end, as everything definitely sounded good when I was listening to it. I listened to we're actively monitoring the Dave Del Grande stuff. So anyone else out there having issues, go ahead and chime in and see what you got as far as choppiness. But what we'll do now is we'll go ahead and do an art of making the tickets. And if we have to restart the stream, that's just what we'll end up doing. But I think we're okay. Only because I was listening for a decent amount. We record Dave Del Grande on Saturdays. So I think an issue on your end, 4th and 1. Let's see here. All right. The art of making the tickets. Let's get that graphic up. And we talked about having some sort of an insurance policy on some unders or playing some unders. So let's find 4 quarterbacks who should have under their yardage total today. All right. The first one we're going to look at is Bryce Young. He's 191.5. We'll play him under. The Rams have a good defense. I don't expect much out of Carolina. They're much more of a run-orientated team to me anyway, or at least they're going to try. I think they have a tough task today. I don't expect them to move the ball much between the 20s at all. So we'll play Bryce Young under 191.5 for his passing yards there. We'll go to, let's see, what's another good candidate? Let's take a look at San Francisco and Cleveland. We'll take a look at Shedeur Sanders. He's just at 147.5 for his passing yards. You know what? Oh, man, that's so low. You almost want to take it under, really. Purdy's at 192.5, but I won't trust it. And there is a ton of wind here. Could Sanders even get benched against the 49ers? Do we want to do that? 147.5 under, so light. We'll put it on the possibilities. We'll go ahead and load that up for now. Let's see what else we got down the line. Falcons and the Jets. I don't want to take Cousins under. And Tyrod Taylor's interesting, but I don't think I want to take him necessarily under either. He's at 172.5. Eek. We'll pass on that. He's a widely seasoned veteran. The 2 quarterbacks in the game with Houston and Indianapolis. Stroud is at 234.5. Daniel Jones, 225.5. I think we take Daniel Jones under 225.5. I think that's a good one against the tough Houston Texans defense. So we'll go ahead and add him onto that. Seattle and Minnesota. You think Brosmer would be the layup one, right? I got some sneaky suspicions, especially that. Yeah, we sound good. Okay. Yeah, 4th and 1. I think that audio issue was on your end of things. For once, I'm happy to report that. So check your connection settings, sir. Seattle and Minnesota, the 2 quarterbacks. What do we got for Darnold? 227.5. That's a hard one to play under. Yeah, I mean, you just can't do it. The Bills and the Steelers. This could be a sneaky high-scoring game. Josh Allen's 232.5. Aaron Rodgers is 202.5. Now, I think James Cook is definitely going to get his fill-in for rushing, and I think Allen's going to run too. I'm going to take Allen. You never want to take a Josh Allen under and feel good about it, but in a windy game like this, maybe. Here's Geno and the Raiders at the Chargers. Geno's the one guy who killed me last week, and he should have been benched. Will he get benched today? Maybe. Let's take Geno over 209.5, and we'll get burned by the same hand that feeds us. And you know what? I'm tempted to leave all 5 of these guys on right now. And the Broncos and the Commanders tonight. Let's see. Bo Nix is 224.5, and Mariota is 191.5. I got a sneaky suspicion about this game. We'll get Nephew Dave's thoughts here in a couple of minutes when we get to the state of the art of the union of the Washington Commanders. But I smell somewhat of an upset bid, perhaps. I want to have one other quarterback on this list, and maybe this might be a potential shootout even tonight with these two. I don't want to put Bo Nix on here, I don't think. But I feel like I need one more quarterback. Let's really buck the trend here. And we're going to be super stupid. And we're going to put Sam Darnold on here for the Seahawks. Mainly because I think everyone would bet him over on his prop. And we're going to just go the opposite. Simply a play on playing the opposite direction. So under 227.5 for Sam Darnold. All right, a 6-pack of quarterbacks to go under here on the art of making the tickets. And this is, the fact that many of these bets will go under today. So let's just play a ticket in case it's a dead in the water, straight dump of an afternoon of under galores. So we'll play under these 6 quarterbacks, their passing yards. Bryce Young, 191.5. Shador Sanders, 147.5. Daniel Jones, 225.5. Josh Allen, 232.5. Geno Smith, 209.5. And Sam Darnold, under 227.5. $10 wins you $449. How about that? That is art of making the tickets. Let me take a picture of that. And I have this for reference for when I get back into my phone and place some more bets. And we are having an issue with, a semi-technical issue with the Microsoft Word and the PDF, in which I share with Christopher Murray, my esteemed brother. I need to consult with him about that, and we'll make sure we get the tickets back up on the screen next week. Updated, fresh tickets. All right. I think we're ready to get Nephew Dave on here. Let's go ahead and pipe him in, and we'll get going with everything this morning, starting with some Survivor Pool. Nephew Dave, good morning. How are you, sir?
Good morning, sir.
What's going on?
Oh, not much, man. Ready for another Sunday fun day full of hopefully some good games here. Interesting matchups for sure.
All right, yes, absolutely. Let's do Survivor. Let's go down the list. Give me some fresh lines. Now, if you were in a Survivor Pool, which required you to take a pick on Thursday and Friday, unless you took a dog, you're out of that thing. The Circuit Survivor, in which they had over 900 people left. I think it was 950 or 949 before Thursday, is down to 49 people. So they lost about 900 people on Thanksgiving in their Survivor. And you got to fire again today. So let's see what we got. And Dave, if we would have taken, I think, what do we consider, Baltimore on Thursday?
We did say that we could use them. Yeah,
I think we were both agreed we'd. Did you use Baltimore?
I did not. Luckily I had already used them because I am live in one pool.
So you saved it for today.
Yes,
which I think is the smart.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, give me some lines. Let's find a Survivor.
All right, let's go. We'll start here with the LA Rams. They are in Carolina taking on the Panthers. 44.5 is your number here. Big minus 10.5 on the road for the Rams. Sure, why not? If you have them, go for it.
I would take the Rams if you have them.
Yep. The Niners, they're in Cleveland taking on the Browns. 35.5 is your number. Minus 5.5 for the Niners. You could. I think there's better selections, but you could take the 49ers.
Okay. Probably a pass for me.
Well, the Cleveland defense really worries me in that regard. Something funky could always happen. Right. So
the Niners are actually one of my stronger picks today.
Okay.
To be honest, we'll get to that here in a few minutes.
All right. Well, let's go with the Texans taking on the Colts. 44.5 is your number there. Minus 3 for the Colts. I'm going to pass.
Pass.
Jacksonville is in Tennessee taking on the Titans. 42.5 is your number there. Minus 5.5 on the road for Jacksonville. And, yeah, I could see it. If you have them, that might be a decent pick for today.
Interesting. I'll pass on that.
All right. Cardinals, they are in Tampa taking on the Bucs.
I venture to say not many people will have Jacksonville today.
Yeah.
Just a guess, but go ahead. Which makes it a nice ballsy pick.
Well, and that's been the theme of getting by this year, and it's worked. So
that's how you win Survivor. I'll tell you that right now.
Exactly. The Cardinals taking on Tampa. in Tampa. 44.5 is your number there. -3.5 for the Bucks at home. Pass.
I think you could use Tampa Bay if you have them.
All right.
I'm not sure anyone has them. I feel like they've played them against Carolina or something already.
The Saints, they're taking on Miami. It's in Miami. Good spot here for the Dolphins, actually, I think. 42.5 is your number here. -5.5 for the Dolphins at home.
I see a 41.5. I'll pass, although I like Miami. Everyone's scaring me with their Saints talk.
All right. The Falcons, they are taking on the Jets, two teams that are really struggling. 38.5 is your number there. -3 for the Falcons on the road.
I will pass on that game.
Absolutely pass. So here we go. Minnesota, they are going to Seattle to take on the Seahawks. 41.5 is your number there. -11.5 for the Seahawks at home. Steve, the Seahawks are my pick for the week.
I think that's an obvious one. You might have other people on that train with you, but at least you know you're going to make it through more than likely. Watch out. Justin Jefferson, 3 touchdowns today, Nephew Dave.
All right. In my pool, Steve, I actually looked. I think last week or the week before, the 4 guys that remain have already used Seattle. So we'll see how interesting that gets. The Raiders, they're taking on the Chargers in LA. 40.5 is your number there. -10 for the Chargers at home. Probably rightfully so.
Pass.
The Bills, they're taking on the Steelers. It's in Pittsburgh. 45.5 is your number. -3 for the Bills on the road. Pass.
Pass.
The Broncos, they're taking on Washington. It's in D.C. That is your night game. 43.5 is your number there. -6.5 for the Broncos on the road. If you feel like waiting for tonight, probably not a bad pick.
I will pass on that.
All right.
I have more faith in your team than maybe you do.
Well, yeah, knowing what I know. The Giants, they're taking on the Patriots Monday night. 46.5 is your number there. -7.5 for the Patriots at home.
The line injuries scare me with New England for sure. I think they win this game purely on defense. They'll grind it out. If you wanted to use them, not the worst spot, considering they have a bye, considering they have Buffalo after that. Ravens not too far after that. They still have some cupcakes on the schedule as well, though. But will Survivor last that long is your main question. I don't think it'll be interesting to see who takes the Patriots on Monday night. They might get more play than we think. Oh, man, that left side of that line's hurt. I mean, that's part of the state of the art of the union of the Patriots is the fact that they were projected preseason to be a very thin offensive line as it is. And here we are now with the whole left side out. So Drake May's blind side out, second the rookie center basically from another team. So what do you have there, Pats? I think you can take them. I think the best play on the board for Survivor, I think Seattle's the obvious play. If you didn't want to play the obvious play, I know I said pass on the Chargers. I didn't mean to. I think you can take the Chargers if you have them. And then Tampa Bay is interesting to me today, too.
Right.
Kind of in the last second thought there against Arizona. I just don't think Arizona wins that game if Baker's playing. Hopefully Baker's healthy enough anyway.
Right.
All right, Dave. Your Survivor pick is Seattle.
It is Seattle.
All right, let's get to it. Go ahead and get the graphic up for our picks. We'll see if the A-Man chimes in. He was headbanging, balling all around town last night, rocking out at a rock concert. Him and Mommy Megan dressed up, hit the town. So we'll see if we get the A-Man involved here. Let's see. All right, this graphic is up. And now we go one by one again through every game, this time with Nephew Dave. And I got some new thoughts. Get your pen and paper ready and be ready to, think on your own, but take down some good notes as you hear them here. We'll try to hit as many numbers as we can. We're at 9:45, so basically we're ahead of schedule right now. And I figured that would be the case considering we had 4 games played last weekend. Any final takes of those 4 games you saw, Dave? Shocking to you? I kind of shamed the show that we didn't at least go over what the 4-team underdog parlay would have paid off, because it paid off wonderfully.
Oh, absolutely.
So any final take from those games for you?
Interesting Thanksgiving for sure. Dallas is starting to look the part. The Eagles, not a good showing there Black Friday. Some interesting stuff going on there, Steve. Really disappointing Ravens on the night game. I'll say that much. That's all you can say for the Ravens is how disappointing to go and lose that game. Kind of in that fashion too, man. They just they didn't really look all that great.
All these perennial good teams are trying to outdo themselves at looking as bad as possible.
Right.
That's a good way to put it.
So definitely some interesting things there.
I told Dave Grandy we might be seeing a real life changing of the guard.
Yeah.
Amongst these top teams. We're used to seeing them at top. We think they're going to be there every year. We basically think preseason the 3 or 4 guys can win the MVP, and that's it.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting this year. Some teams that aren't usually there are either there at the moment or getting there.
85-1, Bears, Patriots, Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the 2 teams and how could you say no, at least, for the thought of it and throwing a couple bucks at it? I really don't see why you wouldn't.
A lot of football left to be played.
Right.
All right, let's get to it, because the twists and turns of the NFL will not stop here on this Week 13 Sunday. I guarantee you that. First game on the board, Rams minus 10.5, 44.5. This one is simple to me, Dave. Bryce Young is just too short. He's too small. He's going to have some success in some games, but more often than not, I think he is just vertically challenged, and that hurts his football game overall. And against a good team like the Rams, who are multidimensional and probably maybe the best team in the NFL, they're at least putting themselves in that argument. This is a game that the Rams will not lose. It's 50 degrees. It's in Charlotte, which is not a huge home environment for the Panthers. And I expect Stafford and company to show up and play good. I think Carolina will be limited on offense completely through both sides of the attack. Dowdle will find it hard to get good sledding. Ted McMillan and company should be covered decently. If you want to start your interception list, you can throw Bryce Young on there right off the bat, I think. I think you have a chance for the Rams defense to even score in this game. So this is a one-way traffic ticket for me. Any number of players can score for the Rams today. Obviously, Devontae is now the favorite of all these guys because he's been so red hot. He's minus 140. Kyron's minus 135. Puka's plus 105. Dowdle plus 115. McMillan's 2-1. They're telling you he's not going to score by giving you that nice, juicy number. Trying to tempt you to take it. Plus 240 for Colby Parkinson. Blake Corum is an interesting pick at plus 320, especially for one touchdown, considering there could be a garbage time scenario in this game. So Corum for one touchdown is someone I'll actually add sometime in the second half. Even would be a nice pick for that. Let's see what we got, because we usually have a first half and a second half touchdown score. Let's see. Anytime second half touchdown score. Blake Corum is 6-1. How about that? So if you wanted to wait off, and I wonder what his number would be if you just played him at halftime. We're gonna test that today. I'm gonna put a superstar next to this second half touchdown and I'm not going to play it, but Dave, remind me to look up.
Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it at
Yeah,
halftime.
we'll see what the math makes sense on this one.
Yeah,
Because I have a feeling it's going to be a 6-1 anyway at that point.
it's going to be probably about the same.
Or maybe better.
Maybe better.
Maybe better. Maybe even worse. We shall see. That'll be an interesting one to look at. But I think for the regular price, I'll just go ahead and put them in the first half anyway. Who knows? Maybe Kyron. That's a little bit of a knee wobble. Let's just take him out for precaution. But next thing you know, Blake Corum's in here. 2 touchdowns today. Let's see here. Devontae's plus 460. Kyron plus 480. I think you're getting a good number on Nakua at plus 750 today to score twice. Rico Dowdle is 8-1. Ted McMillan 16-1. Colby Parkinson 20-1. Blake Corum 30-1. Coker 40-1. Xavier Leggett 50-1. I don't see any Higbee, so I guess he's shelved for the time being. Rams defense 70-1 passing wise in this game. The baseline for Bryce Young 191.5. I took under. Matthew Stafford 259.5. I will not take that over or under. Stafford to throw for 3 touchdowns is plus 144, plus 180 for Bryce Young to throw for 2. For Bryce Young to throw for 3 touchdowns is at plus 680. Do we have any low hanger receiver numbers here that we might want to attack? Terrence Ferguson 11.5. Chuba Hubbard 7.5. We saw more Chuba last week, I feel like, than what we've been seeing. Crazy he signed that contract only to sit on the bench. That the Panthers are notorious for having all these running backs getting paid doing nothing. They really are. The kid from Texas, he's nowhere to be seen. Their draft pick from when last year, was it even?
I think so.
Or 2 drafts ago, they drafted a kid from Texas. He's nowhere to be found. Davis Allen, 12.5 receive yards. Kyron Williams at 9.5. That's an interesting one to me. Because the Carolina Panthers have a little bit of defense. So if I'm going to build one more prop ticket, the Kyron Williams receive yards is going to be on that for me. Let's see. Xavier Leggett, everyone's around the studio has been loving playing him. 24.5. He actually scored last week and got some good catches. 31-10 sounds about the right score to me. And on the all line, if you're going to take the Rams, which I took them at minus 14.5 in my main 3-team parlay for 1 o'clock. I want to take them for more. I'll settle for plus 144. I just don't see how Carolina really hangs in here. I just think they're outclassed at every maneuver. What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, Steve, I agree. Way too much for Carolina today. Even though they've been somewhat of a nice story anyway this year. They've been a lot feistier than even myself thought for sure. Putting them in a place where they're in the hunt for the wild card anyway. So, Steve, I love the Adams for 2 today, plus 425. Nakua made his way on an anytime touchdown ticket. And it's funny that you touched on Xavier Leggett because he's finding his way on a receptions ticket. I would definitely take a look at him. I have Tet on a fantasy team, so I'm hoping he does good. But I think he's going to get most of the attention from the top DBs there for the Rams. So maybe that does open things up a little bit more for Leggett to either get his yards or, like I said, play his receptions. That's what I did. 3 of them was giving you plus money. So, obviously the more, if you went up to 5 on an alt move there, you're going to get a lot better number. But I like him for 3 today. Yeah, Steve, this is just way overclassed here for the Panthers. A little bit too much for them. Give me the Rams I think I actually looked at a ticket as well for a team total. If you take them up to 30, you're going to get some plus money. I may still do it. I made the ticket last night, and then I kind of backed out of it. But I might talk myself back into it, knowing how good this Rams team is. And like Steve said, this might be definitely, arguably, one of the best teams in the league for sure. So, Steve, give me the Rams today. But we'll sprinkle in just a little bit of Panthers guys here and there.
All right. Next game on the board, Arizona Cardinals, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, this spread is weird, with the over-under being weird too. Why are they both so low? 3.5 for Tampa Bay, over-under 44.5. So that tells us you would think that Baker Mayfield is not playing, as this number shocked Dave Belgrandi earlier as well. But nonetheless, Baker Mayfield is the quarterback listed here. So 229.5 is his over-under. Jacoby Brissett, 257.5 yards. So that tells you they expect Arizona to score. We know Tampa Bay's an over team when Baker's in there. This is what we talked about with the hard schedule with Tampa Bay the last few weeks. Get us to this point with Arizona. Now it's easier. You should be able to put some sort of a run together to finish out the season strong, because basically your schedule is Miami, it's Arizona, Carolina twice, New Orleans still. So an easy enough schedule for Tampa Bay to turn things around here. I like Ibuka today. 58.5 is cheap. For him, yards-wise, Tez Johnson, 25.5 is cheap for him. He was at 23.5, so that number is going up. I feel like Bucky Irving at 13.5 is cheap. Now, how much does he play? He's finally coming back and into the picture. He's the kind of guy where you pay attention maybe for the first drive or two, and then be ready to fire on Bucky Irving on a live line if you want to take him. If you just want, it's 13.5 yards. Even if he plays or gets 2 targets, he's bound to get that. He runs with anger. You got to remember that too. 40 yards for Bucky Irving today is at plus 560. I'm going to have to take him. I like him in the Kyron numbers, to be honest, on the running back receivers. I got a few more. So we'll put together a nice running back receiver ticket today. Why not throw Bucky in there? You're getting plus 320 at 30 yards as well. Now, granted, again, he might not get the bulk of the action because he's just coming back. But, man, this is the right opponent to come back to if it is him, and he does get more of an opportunity than we would think. 3 touchdowns today for Brissett, plus 390. 3 for Mayfield is at plus 280. The Cardinals play high-scoring games. The Buccaneers play high-scoring games. I think maybe this over-under is set. Sometimes they set them in a weird spot to make you think something's up, to try to lure you to the under, which is what they're kind of seeming like they're doing here. But I think this is a dead over game. So give me the over. Give me the Cardinals. Give me the Buccaneers, probably on some sort of an alt line. And I'll take the over as well. I stretched it to 49.5 with my Rams bet. So this is play number 2 in that play of a 3-game parlay, over 49.5 on an alt line. I'll get to the touchdown numbers in a minute. What do you like, Dave?
Yeah, Steve, I like the Bucs here at home to kind of get right. I am interested to see what the usage is going to be for Bucky, because him coming back right now towards the for the fantasy anyway, getting towards the playoffs, I could really use him back. So interested to see his usage. Hopefully he is mostly good to go anyway and just kind of goes off. That would be best case scenario. Baker a little banged up. That's all right. I still like him. 3 touchdowns today, as you mentioned, Steve. 3-1. So I'm going to take that against the Cardinals, and I think you're absolutely right. You got to move on here from 44.5. move it up to 49, where I would even maybe go 52.5, Steve. Let's get a good number out of that.
I think I'm going to play another ticket, Dave. I'm going to jack it through the roof on
Yeah,
an
yeah.
absurd number. I mean, I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm curious to see what that number is going to be. Give me a Gbuka. Again, I've talked about him all year. I have him on fantasy. Something just told me, man, this kid's going to be good.
He's been quiet.
He's been quiet.
He's kind of on the do list,
Right.
which makes him more attractive because it is against the Cardinals.
Exactly. So always, I love his props. We'll go with all that today. Steve, give me the over more than anything else here.
Igbuka 12-1 for 2 touchdowns. Trey McBride is 10-1. Bucky Irving 13-1. Marvin Harrison Jr. 19-1. K. Dotton 20-1. Michael Wilson 20-1. Sean Tucker 19-1. Bam Knight 20-1. Curtis Godwin 22-1. Rashad White 25-1. Michael Carter for the Cardinals 33-1. Tez Johnson, Dave, 45-1. Every week, if you're new to the show, we build a touchdown madness ticket, which is our long shots. Generally, we throw a couple short shots in there, but we try to trend with some of the longer shot guys for a ridiculous payout. We'll throw Ted Johnson on this 2 touchdown madness ticket. We'll have to rewind to the Panthers and the Rams game, and I think we'll just go.
Almost have to use a ringer.
Yeah, I almost got to use a ringer here. So name me the ringer, Dave.
I'm give Devontae Adams has to be.
All right, plus 460, Devontae Adams. Tez Johnson, 45-1. Those 2 guys alone right now. And I need to do this on my phone is what I need to do instead of the screen up here. So bear with me for a half a second. This is important for all of us. And if you're playing soccer this morning, there's only one game with a goal. Everything else is scoreless. But Brighton 1, Nottingham Forest is at 0. All right, so 2 touchdown madness today. And if I don't do this now, people, it just causes all kinds of issues later. So you're just going to have to bear with us from this perspective. 2 touchdowns for Devontae Adams. Nephew Dave says. I'll throw in Tez Johnson as a long shot here for the Cardinals. And again, those 2 guys together, if you just want to start off with the 2, which what I like to do, throw 50 cents on it or whatever. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. But I mean, for 75 cents, you get one at 92.45. How about that? Just on, Tez Johnson and on Devontae Adams, which could happen by themselves.
Well, what's his number for 2?
45-1.
Nice.
All right, next game on the board, Jaguars and the Titans. Jacksonville now minus 5.5, 41.5. Dave, you got anything really going on this game at all? It's a weird one.
It is really a weird one.
Because we're straying away from Tennessee games at this point. Jacksonville gives you nothing to want to bet on for them. A team that's supposed to be fun and dynamic, they just aren't, even though they were a little bit more wide open last week. Tennessee has done a good job at backdooring the spreads overall, for the most part, spoiling the favorite role money, and in the last 2 weeks in particular. I'll take the Cam Ward rushing yards. I mentioned that earlier. And I even do that with reluctancy, but he is trending more that way. In fact, he went from 13.5 to 15.5. So we're moving lines like crazy people this morning. Cam Ward alternate rushing yards for him is at plus 225 now. I got him at plus 250. You're going to get some low hanger receivers right here, especially against, not even so much so. Okonkwo 23.5, Jameer DK, Dyke 32.5, Gunnar Helm 26.5, Alec Manor 32.5, ETN 12.5, Tajay Spears, 18.5. I could get behind some DK or A.O. Manor numbers, I think, today as an obscure play. Why not? Tennessee should be able to hang in there at least a little bit with these guys, I would think. That's why I don't want to bet it, but I don't want to put my money on Tennessee per se, right?
Right.
Maybe that's the thing to do. Tennessee on an alt line against Jacksonville, a team that's been struggling. I'm going to have some sort of a wacky backwards ticket. I'm going to have to do that. Tajay Spears, 18.5. Pollard, 11.5. All right, Dave, what are you liking this?
Steve, the only thing I really took away looking at this one, it's weird. I could see Tennessee.
It just gives you a bad vibe overall.
It just does. It really does. Parker Washington for Jacksonville is where I went to in this game. Plus 270 anytime, 25-1 for 2. So, Steve, that was my angle here. It's Parker Washington. And I took Chamir Dyke receptions. So those are the two guys in that game. That's kind of where I'm going to leave it here. Weird vibe to this one. Just give me those two guys to kind of do their thing. Keep it simple.
Parker Washington's an interesting number to put in this ticket anyway, especially if Jacksonville needs someone consistent to throw to here. So Parker Washington for 2 is at 25-1.
Right.
All right, we'll go ahead and throw him into the ticket we got going here, and we'll add him to Mr. Devontae Adams and Tez Washington. Or Tez Johnson, I'm sorry. Parker Washington. 225-1. No, Tez is 45-1. And Parker is at 25-1. Yes, correct.
Yep.
All right. Tennessee on an alt line. Let's just take a look at that.
Interesting.
Since we brought it up. Team points wise, we'll look at that actually first. Tennessee's at 17.5. Man, they're having an issue. I mean, you would think if they could just eventually score, today could be the day,
Right.
Against Jacksonville. Let's see. To get to 25 points is plus 320. 28 points is at 6-1 for Tennessee today. Again, it's just that time of the year. This is when Tennessee is going to beat Jacksonville. It just is. Tennessee on the all line today, minus 5.5 is at plus 420. That's the number I would play.
Yep, absolutely.
Walk it off in overtime.
And that's a scenario I could definitely see that.
Yeah, why not? All line. Tennessee. All right. Anything else on that?
Nope.
Dave Delgrandy loves Taysom Hill for the Saints today. Loves him for 1, loves him for 2, loves him for passing, loves him for receiving. He's not on my passing list. You might have him if you see him, Dave. Let me know. His receiving list, not on there either. I don't have him.
No, I have
He
show
or
or whatever.
Yeah. They should give him something anyway.
They should.
Rushing yards, he's at 23.5 for a baseline. Touchdown score prop wise. Taysom Hill plus 180 for 1 and plus 460 for 2. So for 1 touchdown, I think that's the best number I would play, considering we're dinged up in the backfield here for the Saints. So Taysom Hill plus 180. I like Miami. I think Miami covers the spread. I've heard a lot of Saints love. Both of these teams are probably closer in talent-wise and than they are further apart. But I would say that a little bit just more experience on the Dolphins' end, and I think that could be the difference. The Dolphins don't have an Achane. That's really the difference to me. Waddle and Olave wash each other out, and Tua, as bad as he's been, you got to give him the nod over quarterback over Tyler Shaw. So I think the Dolphins win this game. probably by 6, maybe even by 4. So I won't play the spread here. I'll lay off of that. I do like Devin Achane at a touchdown for minus 145 as well. So you can throw him on a ticket. Receiving wise, Achane is at 34.5. Juwan Johnson, 41.5. Olave, 64.5. Jalen Waddle, 70.5. Malik Washington, 22.5. Devin Neal, 19.5. Darren Waller's at 25.5. Mason Tipton, 16.5. Passing prop wise, Tua, 214.5. Tyler Shaw, 211.5. It wouldn't shock me if this was an over game either, to be honest. It seems like it could be, maybe.
Absolutely, yeah. 42.5.
So maybe an all over in this game, an all over in the some of these other games you just wouldn't expect them to be overs, really. Like the Tampa Bay game because it's lower. These two Florida games, maybe popcorn these two guys up. Popcorn means pop them up through the roof together. So I'll put that all over in this game as well. Dave, what do you like here?
I like it to somehow be a decent game, Steve. I like Miami, though, trending in the right direction. Not all the way dead yet. So if they can just kind of keep piling up some wins, maybe they have some sort of shot towards the end. I like Jalen Waddle in this one. Give me any time, possibly for 2. I did take Olave's receptions, so I do have a Saint involved. I think it was 5.5 for him. I got to think that he's just going to be the best option to throw the ball to at the end of the day for Shaw. So give me some Olave receiving. Waddle, anytime you can get that into a parlay at plus 130, and I think that's a good one to kind of boost things up. Use some other guys. But I love Waddle in this one, Steve, and Olave.
All right. I want to rewind. Well, I'll keep it here and then rewind for a half a second. Because I want to build this receiver ticket for running backs. And obviously, Achane's always a candidate to go onto that list. But for a good payout, we need to get to 60 yards for Achane. I'll notate him, but I don't know if I necessarily want to use him as far as receiving yards go. So we'll notate him for now. If we have to leave one off, he might be the one we leave off at the end of the day. Let's rewind 1 second to Tennessee and Jacksonville. I keep getting burned on Tony Pollard receiving yards. Tajay Spears has been getting, it seems like they don't throw it to the running backs at all, to be honest, Tennessee. But Pollard's at 11.5. ETN is at 12.5, which is interesting. And we don't see Tootin listed on this list either, I don't think. No. So ETN receiving yards, 30 yards is plus 420 today. I think we need to be aware of that. That might be a sneaky good play in that game with Tennessee. So let's just not overlook things. I always think we get off this show, there's stuff we're always going to miss a little bit of things that we talk about. We don't talk about every alt line on the board. We don't talk about every team point on the board. But when we're looking for something specific as well, like every week you should have a running back receiving ticket, to be honest, of some sort. I think that's just an auto play to do that, considering how much action they can get. And I think it's been a minute since we've actually hit a good one. But ETN, I think, on the list today makes sense. And a lot of these teams seem to be, going up against capable defenses in a way to which you kind of almost want to spread the ball out to your running back. It makes sense in the Rams game, Carolina game for both sides. It almost makes sense in the Jaguar Tennessee game for both sides. Just from an offensive standpoint alone, in the Saints-Dolphins game, it makes sense. And honestly, it will make sense for this next one with the 49ers and the Browns, as the 49ers will play in a windy game. And I mean, the best wide receiver running back out of the backfield, the best receiving running back out of the backfield ever, maybe, Christian McCaffrey for the Niners. And you will probably want to get him out in space and not into the teeth of Myles Garrett into that defense. Well, the 49ers lay 5.5, 35.5. I've been happy about the way the Niners have covered the spread. It just makes sense to me that they're going to outclass Cleveland a little bit here. Young quarterback at home.
Snow too, right?
Yeah, no snow, but wind.
Okay.
I don't see any snow on. They were talking about a lot of rain and snow today, but that seems to be pretty much off the board except for the game with the Jets and the Falcons. At least my weather reporting this morning. We know how good I am of a weather reporter. Too.
Yeah, we need Ant in here with his coverage on the weather.
49ers 5.5 again, 35.5. And the Niners have just been good covering the spread. If you're just to look at this from a neutral standpoint, just step back and look at the whole picture of the whole. The Niners have to be the better team here, right? They just have to be. Even in the wind, I mean, how much are you going to expect the Cleveland Browns to score in a game that's 35.5 for a total? Even if they score 14 points, the Niners getting 21 points covers the spread for them. I'm going to take a chance on the Niners minus 12.5 in the elements here. Because they have better weapons overall on offense. And while Cleveland might have the best unit on the field with their defense, the Niners offense is going to be able to at least score some points. And I wouldn't doubt that the Niners defense is able to score on the Browns offense potentially today. A growing team in the Niners plus 850 with that defense to score, which Doug Grandy likes as well. This is just not a good spot for the Browns. I know it's a weird game. San Fran on the road in Cleveland, but give me San Fran on the spread. I'll consider them for the big Steve lock of the week as well, which we won with the under on the Ravens and the Bengals. How about that? And we would have won on the Green Bay game. We were teetering between the two. Turns out both of them were winners. But that play now is 9-3. We're week 13, right? We did one game to catch up. Yeah, we're 9-3 overall on the big Steve lock of the week. How about that?
Nice.
Christian McCaffrey for a touchdown minus 135 is a fantastic number. Judkins minus 105. Good. I just don't trust them today. Kittle 2-1. Jennings 3-1. Pearsall plus 410 for him today. Harold Fannin Jr. 5-1. Judy 6-1. Shador Sanders plus 650. Brian Robinson Jr. 7-1. Not the worst price for a touchdown today for him either. He has been getting more of a load and looks down by the goal line a little bit. David Njoku 7-1. I just don't trust the Cleveland offense. They're going to have to prove it to me. Meanwhile, Demarcus Robinson 10-1 for a touchdown. Wow. He barely touches the ball, but this could be the Akine Demarcus Robinson day for sure, nephew Dave.
Yeah.
Kyle Juszczyk, I love today, 11-1, and for a receiving prop as well. Because what are you going to do against a big, tough defense? Give him a big, tough running back to try to tackle a couple of times. And let's get him out in space receiving, which they like to do. Kyle Juszczyk, sneaky play for me today. 20 yards receiving for Juszczyk, pays plus 430 today. So that's a good number to put on a round robin type of ticket for Juszczyk. Even 15 yards at plus 280 is playable. 10 yards or more is a steal, I think, at plus 162. I think you give him a little bit of bruising back.
Yeah.
Mike Allstott style.
Yep.
That's how you beat Cleveland. You got to punch him in the mouth. And Juszczyk would be a good player on a 1-2-3 combo with Robinson and McCaffrey to do so today. All right, so it's the Niners for me to outclass the Browns. Take them on the spread, take them on the alt line. Don't worry about the wind. Don't worry about the road scenario. And don't worry about the fact that it's just an obscure, weird game that's probably why it wins. What do you like, Dave?
So yeah, Steve, I do like the Niners on the road in this one. I love the under though. We've got a little bit of wind there, right? Some possible weather. This just screams to me between these two teams who both have capable backs in McCaffrey and Judkins. I think you have to play McCaffrey today. This just seems like a game where these two are going to try and keep it on the ground and go by the way of ground and pound. I do like Judkins. I put him anytime touchdown plus 110. I've got to think if the Browns do get some points here, he's going to have quite a bit to do with it. So that's kind of their, number one guy right there. So give me Judkins touchdown. Give me some McCaffrey. You probably take him for 2 as well. Like I said, if these teams are going to keep it on the ground. And then Steve, you have to sprinkle Juszczyk in there as well, as you mentioned, because if that's how this game is going to go between the two backs, why not sprinkle him in, like you said, and just get a bruiser in there?
Windy day, short passing game. Kittles makes a lot of sense today,
right,
for his number as well, I think.
So I like the ground game here. I like this to go under, Steve. So give me the under and give me the two backs today.
Kittle 45.5 for his receiving number, and I feel like I'm overlooking that a little bit. Touchdown madness. I'll rewind, Dave. This is going to turn out to be more of a favorite ticket, maybe. You said Jalen Waddle for the Dolphins you like for 2. So I'll throw him on this ticket.
All right.
Why not? I don't have any Waddle going on. He's 10-1. And I'm going to go back to another ringer in McCaffrey.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, we might end up getting some 2s on this. In fact, we might just play the 3s and the 4 if they let us. Because if we can play 3s and 4s instead of 2s and 3s, I'm fine with that.
Right.
Because the 2 is only going to pay us after the split like $20 each.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
On 25 cents. So let's shoot a little bit higher for the stars here.
Figure, I mean, the 2s could definitely happen. But again, like you said, just not the payout we're looking for.
Team points wise, do we get a cheap enough number for San Fran to go over their number? I'm wondering. Let's see here. Because I'd be tempted to try to. I'm not buying these over-unders per se today. I'm just not. Now I was preaching all the unders on Thursday too, right?
Yep.
The Niners points, which is on this side. Nothing with Cleveland to help. So let's get the Niners total. What are the Niners to score 31 today? Wow. Plus 600. I'm liking more and more. All right, Niners and the Browns. Anything else on that, Dave?
Nope.
I think the Jets and Falcons can be a sneaky over 38.5. Kirk Cousins, if he can play even a little bit better than he did last week, he'll have a decent game. Meanwhile, Tyrod Taylor is a serviceable veteran. Neither of these defenses proved to me that they can stop a lick anyway. I think the Kirk Cousins number 194 is way too light. Now, Del Grande thinks they're just going to run the ball, and maybe they do with Bijan and with Algiers. But 194.5 is light. Even if you are missing Drake London, maybe just get some other youngsters involved here. And Tyrod Taylor. It's not like he has a lot of targets. Therefore, I think both the running backs are huge plays today. I barely have any receivers listed. Mechie, 34.5. Adonai Mitchell, 37.5. Kyle Pitts, 44.5. Mooney, 44.5. Bijan is at 30.5. Breece Hall is at 22.5. I went ahead and played on their alternate number to get to 50, Bijan and Bryce together. And that's a nice payout. That is at 25-1, 26-1 for Bijan. I'm sorry. That is at 17-1. That's right. We did this yesterday. Bijan 50 and Breece Hall for 50. But if you fast forward, and I'm just going to mention this game now because we'll do the fast forward. If you add in Jaylen Warren from the Steeler game, let's just say he's at 8.5 for his receiving yards today. Doesn't that sound awfully cheap to you, Dave?
That sounds like one catch to me.
So let's bump Jaylen Warren all the way up to 50 yards at 17-1 with Breece Hall and Bijan Robinson. Now your $10 is paying you $3,200. How about that? Just for Jaylen Warren to break one. I think you're priced in at least for $5 to win $1,600. So there you go, people. There's your 3 running backs just to get 50 yards each, which, that's a little bit of a hill, but that's not undoable. I mean, that's something that could hit. You're going to hit that a lot more often than you will a $500 lottery scratcher ticket. That's for sure. So I like both the running backs here. The other angle I like is on the receiving props. The receiver for the most yards for the game, which we've won with Bijan Robinson before at a very hefty long shot. He's a much shorter shot today. Let's see if I can find this. Longest. Where did we have this? Most receiving yards for the game. Yeah, here we go. Bijan is plus 850. Breece Hall is now dropped. He's now down to 15-1. But I think you can play both of those guys and have a shot to win, to be honest. I think one of the other hits it. And honestly, this would be a $100 play to win $850 on Bijan Robinson. Now, I don't have this bankroll myself, so I'm not going to do this. But I would play Bijan Robinson $100 to be the leading receiver, and I would play Breece Hall $100 to be the leading receiver. Hope you hit one of them because you'll either get paid out plus 750 or 14-1 on your money. And I mean, literally, you're going against Darrell Mooney, Kyle Pitts, Adonai Mitchell, John Mechie, Mason Taylor. Catch my drift on that one. So running back heavy receiving load in this game today. And I think they'll find their space and score. It's a low over-under. So let's throw this on the alternate over total ticket with some of the other low hangers that we mentioned. Why not? And we'll put this total through the roof. Alternate number here, over. Now, if everything's going to go over, then obviously the props are going over as well. But to get to, let's just say 50 points today, is that plus 430. The low-hanging receivers, again, Breece Hall just 22.5 baseline. Mason Taylor, 28.5. I don't even think they're low-hanger receivers. I think it's just the running backs are low-hanging. Bijan at 30.5 even seems awfully low. I would stay away from the rushing numbers. Even Algiers is too much. I like him closer to 20, not closer to 30 where he's at today. But Kirk Cousins for 3 touchdowns today, 7-1. How about that?
Yep.
Plus 178 for 2. Tyrod Taylor, I could see him for 2. Plus 174, plus 640 for 3. I just have a sneaky feeling on an over here, Dave. What do you like?
Yeah, I could definitely see that, Steve, if these two teams could really just get out of their own way. We could definitely see some points here.
There is definitely an ineptitude scale going on in this game.
It might be the biggest one on that scale. I took Algier as a little bit of a counterfeit today. He's 18-1 for 2, and I do believe I put him on a 2-touchdown ticket. We've seen that happen before.
Oh, yeah.
That he gets the counterfeit. Bijan kind of gets him there. Algier subs in. Who's scoring the touchdown? It's Algier. So we're going to go with that today. Steve, quarterback rushing ticket I forgot to mention in the last couple games. Tyrod Taylor found his way on this list. I think I took him for 25 or 30. And then I also took a little bit of a risk there just to see if it could happen. It probably doesn't, but Shadir Sanders for 30 rushing yards was 7-1. So I went ahead and jumped on that. We'll see if he gets kind of anything close to that. His first full game today. So we don't really know. It's unknown waters there. But I'm going to test him, kind of see what happens, see where he might get to if he continues to be the starter. So Tyrod Taylor finds his way on that list as well. Again, it's kind of like the situation in Washington where Tyrod Taylor is a similar style there to Justin Fields. So I don't think anything really changes too much here, except, you have the little bit more experienced Tyrod Taylor. But they're gonna use him for some runs as well. So we're gonna take the rushing prop there with Tyrod Taylor. We're gonna play some Algier, and then Bijan is not really the worst at an anytime number either. So I wouldn't be afraid to mix it up with them too. So we'll take the over here, Steve. We'll take the backs, and then we'll take Tyrod Taylor to run it around a little bit.
We'll throw Tyler Algier on this 2-touchdown ticket. He's such a good price, and I do love him for 2 all the time. He is at 19-1 for 2 touchdowns today. He won me that ticket over in that European game. If we add him to Christian McCaffrey, Taysom Hill, Waddle, Parker Washington, Ted Johnson, and Devontae Adams, that's an interesting ticket.
It really is.
We can play the 3, 4s, and the 5s. So well into the 6-digit payout, upper 6 digits, if we can get 5 of these guys home. Really, they all need to come home for that. But
I mean, the 4s are
payout
pretty
here.
possible in that as well,
Yeah.
which would be a decent little hit anyway.
All right, we're locked in. It's an expensive ticket, $20 ticket. All right, 1 o'clock review. Is that the last game for 1 o'clock for me?
I think it was. No, the Texans and the Colts.
Yeah, Texans and the Colts. And I won't take a 2-touchdown guy in that game. I already played the ticket. I'm fine on it. No more. Now, if we can't play the 5s.
No, we'll call that ticket there.
Interception list. Throw Shador Sanders on there
All right.
for me. Throw Trevor Lawrence on there for me.
All right.
If you have anyone to add, go for it. But that should give us 3 right now,
Yeah.
which are Lawrence, Bryce Young, and Shador Sanders, correct?
Yep.
I think you can throw Daniel Jones on there
Ooh, okay.
against the good Houston defense. Houston is one of the better defenses in the league. They're catching 3 now, not even a 3.5, 44.5. Some money coming in on the Texans this morning. I think Houston can win this game. I'm wondering if the Colts don't go into some sort of a tailspin to end the season because the schedule dictates as such. I do have Taylor in on 2-touchdown prop. I got Woody Marks in a rushing prop for him. He's a low hanger. Dave Grandy thinks it's Texans passing. I could see them trying to run the ball with Marks. 52.5 is pretty low for him. I mean, it's probably where he's normally at. But in this type of game in which you want to have ball control, you want to keep the Colts off the field, you want to grind it out with your defense. Let's not kill Stroud his first game back either. Let's depend on Woody Marks a little bit more. 52.5 seems a little light to me. I did take him on his receive yards too, knowing that there will be some planned screens probably in that regard for him as well. So Woody Marks is a good guy to have on your receiver ticket. He's at 12.5 for a baseline. So that's pretty cheap at the end of the day. I'm going to take the Cam Ward rushing yards. I'm going to rely on that again. He's at 13.5. Already played up to 25 yards. He's been trending as a little bit better rusher against a good defense. That's the formula that you want for him to get flushed out of the pocket and decide to tuck the ball and run it. If you want to take Jonathan Taylor over his 16.5 receiving yards, go for it. He's just as good receiving the ball as he is running the ball. And just to get him out in open space against the Texas team, that is not the worst call in the world. So, I mean, this would be a good one, considering we have Bijan and Breece Hall tied together already. These 5 running backs for their receive yards today would be an interesting one. Kyron Williams, Bucky Irving, Travis Etienne, and then both maybe Marks and Taylor in this game. I got Achane on there as well. You need to put more yards down for him, but shoot, give it a try maybe. If you want to do Bijan, Breece Hall, and Achane all for 50, I can't fault you there either. To be honest. Warren's going to be the hard one to get to 50, but his odds at 17-1 just price that up so much. What do you like in this game, Dave?
Steve, I was trying to figure that out looking at this one.
I think it's a lower scoring game.
I think it is too. A really good game here too. Defensive struggle, maybe. Well, maybe not so much from the Colts, but
we'll have to have this on one of the prime TVs.
Yeah. This will definitely get some attention here. I think the way that I went with this one is I had a Pittman. He may have been in for 2 on my 2 touchdown primary ticket. I'll have to double check on that. Plus 230 for 1. I like that. I like Tyler Warren as well. I played his receptions in that reception ticket. That much I do know. So 2-1 anytime, 18-1. I think you're gonna have a tough time getting 2 touchdown scores in this one, other than maybe Jonathan Taylor, the usual suspect. So Steve, give me some Warren receptions. We took a chance there on Pittman Jr., but that's really kind of all I took away from this one. I think it's going to be a good game, a close game. I could really even see some overtime, to be honest, in this one. So a good game there at 1 o'clock. But I kept it simple. So we'll just we'll stay with that at the moment.
All right, Dave, you got a goal in each of your games for your good teams. Aston Villa and Liverpool both up 1-0. Brighton is still up 1-0 over Nottingham. All those games in the mid-70s for time. So maybe you get one more Liverpool and Aston Villa goal for you.
Yeah.
And that'll do it for the 1 o'clock slate. Let's see. Warren receiving yards are interesting. 49.5 in this game. Alec Pierce has been on fire. 44.5. So play him if you want. The Jonathan Taylor, though, that's amazing to see some of these guys so low. I can only get him up to 30 right now. Other books, I'm sure you can get more. But at 30 yards, he's at plus 255. Christian Kirk's an interesting one, too. 40 yards for Christian Kirk is at plus 390. So another guy who got to his prop here the last time we played him. For a low enough number, he might be worth another investment of some sort of a ticket I missed out on. There's a couple things I haven't played yet, like the Kyron Williams receive yards I'm down for. Or, the Kirk and Alec A.O. Manor would be a decent kind of ticket to go with.
Right.
DeMarcus Robinson maybe on some receive yards in a weird, or Kittle. Throw him with Kittle on a ticket. Get paid good. All right, Dave, maybe we should take a break and stretch out the old legs here. We're at 10:40 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We have the Ant-Man missing in action, but we knew that might be the case. We have 3 more later stage games in the 4 o'clock Eastern time frame. We have the night game, and then we have a Monday night game. So 5 games to talk about. A good Thursday game. We can even talk about a hair, too, with Dallas and Detroit, Dave.
Yeah, yep.
Dallas is only a 3.5-point underdog in that game. How about that?
Right, yeah, rightfully so. Honestly, if you look at the way things have been going for Dallas, they're trending correctly, and Detroit is not. So I understand that 100%.
I could see Dallas winning that game.
I could too, and I bet they do.
If the Dolphins win today, this playoff ticket I got for Miami and Dallas to make the playoffs is going to get some real steam to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
$25 to win over $7,000 is that ticket right now. All right, let's go ahead and take a break. We're going to queue up the pie tasters. We're going to stretch our legs, and we'll be back in about 8 minutes. Make yourself a fresh batch of coffee, whatever you may need to do here. Go to the bathroom. Plenty more to go over. I got some other great lines I want to attack for these later games. So we'll be back right after this. This is the Round Robin on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. Back in a few minutes.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
Family owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurwitz behind the controls.
This is Brett.
I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind, not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like Shona Knife. Never feel how I said all night. I got a right. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things we do. Stay all night. I got it right. Each time I stayed all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on your. Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine. Stand all night, I got a right. Each time I stand all night, no, I just might. You make me stand all night. It's just a sight of you tonight that makes me stand all night. I'm gonna stand all night. R.I.P.
This is the Round Robin on the Deep End Broadcasting Network, 10:54 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we'll go ahead and pick down the list of the late games, 4 o'clock Eastern Standard, 1 o'clock Pacific. And then the 2 night games will peek ahead to Thursday as well. All right. Confidence-wise, Dave, what do you think of your picks so far? Is this a scary week for you? You confident?
Well, I got some that I like, and then some that are kind of
Obviously you get trigger shy a little bit because you're like, how did I lose this one in the past?
Right. That's definitely a real thing. So I mean, I don't know, Steve. There's some interesting matchups. I guess I would say that I'm a bit on the fence at the moment.
All right.
Some I feel good, and then some are just like, well, that could really go the opposite way.
Right.
But you know how that is. So,
yes, sir. I do.
We're on the fence at the moment.
All right, 4:05 Eastern Standard Time. This is an interesting one to me. Everyone in the universe, I know it's your Survivor team, Dave, but isn't everyone in the world going to be betting on Seattle? What happens when that happens? It's Minnesota. Getting the points, especially in the late window when there's only 3 games played. And this looks like almost the obvious one of the bunch. How many parlays do you think are going to be out there of the Chargers and Seahawks? How many 2-point teasers of Seahawks and Chargers are out there today?
Oh, I'm sure there's.
And then what's it going to take for them to lose? It's going to take either Minnesota or the Raiders to wreck the party. Now, I don't know if Minnesota covers the spread or not, but our man Brosmer can't be any worse than what they've had at quarterback so far. He just can't be. He can't be worse than McCarthy. He can't be worse than Carson Wentz. We've actually been begging for this guy to come in for about 5 weeks now, trying to win on Viking bets. A team we should not be betting on, by the way. Like, why are we betting on the Vikings? This may be the moment in time, Dave. Now, it's the 12th man. Seattle's got a good defense.
Yes, they do.
This is probably a horrible spot. Is a 35-0 out of the gate like the Seahawks did to the Cardinals? It very well could be. But even if it is a blowout, Seattle gets a little bit soft on you. They'll give up the underneath stuff. So why not a bunch of quick 5-yard passes to Jefferson, where he runs it 5, 6, 7 yards and falls down. I think you could chip away at some numbers here. And for Brosmer at 175.5, I'll tell you what does that tell you about him? And granted, they got wind, but he's 28 more than Shedeur Sanders. He's not too far off from other guys like Tyrod Taylor. So I think we're going to get at least a halfway serviceable quarterback for the Minnesota, which I think breathes life to Justin Jefferson, who I now see locked out right now. No, he just popped back on. 57.5. You never see him that low. He's 27-1, or at least he was this morning. Now down to 22-1 for 2 touchdowns. So are we moving lines this morning or what? Justin Jefferson now 22-1 for 2 touchdowns, and for 1 touchdown, which you never see him at this price.
Never.
He is at, what do you got?
I have plus 280
Wow.
and 28-1 for 2. When do you ever see that? For
You
this
got to
guy?
take it.
You have to.
Because they could be giving that up to him and just in garbage time alone.
Right.
So I think it's a full-on play on Justin Jefferson from that standpoint alone. If Brosmer touchdown passes as well, you're getting 2 touchdown passes for Brosmer is at plus 320.
Mm.
And for 3 or more is at plus 1260. Something like Brosmer for 3 and Jalen Warren for 50 yards receiving, it's an interesting little parlay because the odds are so ridiculous. Even for Jalen Warren for 40 yards receiving, which is even more obtainable, obviously, because it's less. But let's see, Jalen Warren for 40 yards today is at 12-1. So they're both roughly 12 to 13 to 1. $5 wins you $879 on for 3 touchdown passes. Jalen Warren for 40 yards receiving. That's not worth a $2 shot just because you're priced in. On the theory, that just makes sense that everyone in the world is going to be betting on Seattle today. So you might as well be on the side of the sports book. It pains you to do it. And we've seen upsets all weekend too, you know. I don't think anyone thought the Bears are going to win in Philadelphia on Friday. Yeah, this stuff happens. But $2 wins you $350 on Jalen Warren for 40 yards, Brosmer for the 3 touchdown passes. Now, that being said, too, Jackson Smith for 2 touchdowns is on my list somewhere at plus 750. Charbonnet counterfeits Walker, so I've been just out of the running back loop with these guys a little bit. I don't think I want Darnold rushing yards. Brosmer rushing yards may be an interesting one. Let's see. 11.5. So he's plus 370 for 25 yards or more. Even as a rookie, isn't that worth a shot? Seattle has a decent defense, right?
Right.
Duck the ball and run, young man.
That makes sense.
Especially if they're giving you open field. So I'm going to list Brosmer for 25 yards or more and all the Jefferson props for me because I think those are just the breadwinners. The other one I would look at too is Aaron Jones. I got a reception prop for you, Dave.
All right.
Over 2.5 receptions, Aaron Jones.
Ooh, see, now you're talking to me. We're going to put some receptions in there.
That's kind of a little bit of a baseline for him. Let's see what we have, if it's still the same. It's heavily juiced by over 2.5 minus 164.
Right.
But I think that's playable.
I still think you play it. Because you can get a whole list of receptions going.
Right. So if you want to take him to 4 today, then you're getting plus 148. If you
there
wanna
you go. Yeah.
Take
it to 4.
You know, I will never fault you if you want to find 4 things that are plus 150 to plus 200. You get a good payout on those.
Yeah.
4-game parlays. You do. You'll get $700 for $10. I can never fault you for that. And you're not over exaggerating like I tend to do.
That's in fact, Steve. That's usually how I try to play it. Now we always have our shots and whatnot. But if you want to land right in the middle, like you said, plus 150 to 2, those pay out, and that's kind of the way I like to try and do things. In the meat of the sandwich, that's how I usually do it. And then you have the bread, which is the shots.
All right. I'll go ahead and throw Justin Jefferson in for 2 touchdowns just because we're priced into that, even at 22 to 1 for this game. I think the Vikings lose by 10 points, Dave. How about that?
I guess I could see that.
31 to 10. 38. No, it wouldn't be that. It'd be let's say 24 to 14, 31 to 21, maybe even makes sense.
Yeah, or a 28 to 14, both of them.
Over the total 41.5. Again, probably makes sense.
Yeah, because I got to think that
Seattle could get that themselves.
Exactly. Well, they get most if Minnesota can help just a little bit. There's another over. That's a low number.
We're gonna have to stretch some of these overs, these low hanger over unders,
Absolutely
through the roof here a little bit. Okay. All right. Anything else for you here?
Nope. I like Seattle at home. Stingy defense, tough situation for the Vikings. We'll see what happens, but let's survive another week.
My man Barner, we always got to look at him too for a score. Let's see. Barner for 2 touchdowns today is at 22-1, same as Jefferson. Maybe we put them both on a 2 touchdown score ticket.
Right, little same game.
Those two together, $5 wins you $1,600. How about that?
I mean, that's worth a $5 play.
All right, next game on the board. Later window. Raiders and Chargers. Chargers 9.5, 40.5. The Raiders are disgusting to me. I don't want anything to do with them betting wise at all. And the Chargers, I can't trust them as far as I could feed them. As far as I could throw them, we'll just say. The Chargers are very untrustworthy to me. Laying 9.5, 40.5. Final score, Dave. Chargers 28, Raiders 20. How about that?
Ooh, interesting.
Again, another game in which the Chargers really could go over the total themselves. Raiders contribute 17 somehow. Chargers score 31 or so. Then you're going to fly over that total. This is an interesting day. I could see where everyone might think it's a bunch of unders today. It all goes over.
We've seen that before too.
Now play your insurance ticket for 4 unders. I don't know why we didn't preach all the underdogs on a straight ticket like I did the unders on Thursday.
Right. We should have.
But I told everyone out there too, that should be an autoplay to do all the dogs on some sort of a ticket. I mean, I shouldn't have to tell you that at this stage of the game. You should, and that's my fault if I didn't play it or didn't remind you, I guess, still. But always with the NFL, have one ticket where you have 4 or 5 teams winning outright and round robin them. Because you'll surprise yourself what you'll hit. And those games shouldn't even have been close to that on Thursday. I don't think the Raiders win, but I think they can hang. And you know what? I would take a stab at over 40.5 in beautiful SoFi Stadium. The Chargers do it all kinds of ways. 2 touchdowns for them today, if we're looking for it. Let's see. Rondé Gadsden is 17-1.
That's who I would go with.
Ladd McConkey's 20-1. I like McConkey.
Interesting.
Keenan Allen's 22-1. Quentin Johnston 16-1. Bowers 15-1. Genty 13-1. Kimani Vidal is your running back for the Chargers plus 480. Passing props: Herbert 235.5. Geno Smith 206.5. I'll play Geno Smith under for their 3 touchdowns passing today. Herbert is at 3-1. Geno is at plus 850. Low hanger receive numbers. I don't think I want Vidal in the receiving game. He hasn't done much. At least that I'm remembering. Yeah, 9.5 is his baseline. Maybe today's the day. Ian Thomas, 11.5. Genty, 23.5. Lockett, 28.5. Trey Tucker, 37.5. Actually might be too light because Geno does throw the ball. And he does seem to like Tucker. So that's not the highest number in the world for a baseline. Not that you can stretch it super high. I really wouldn't take him over 50 yards. But I would maybe give it a shot at 50 at a short plus number. Keenan Allen's 37.5. He just seems to be your one guy to get you 1 or 2 12 or 14-yard catches. After that, he hasn't done much since the beginning. Brock Bowers, 58.5. That could be too low for Bowers, to be honest.
Right.
58.5 for Bowers. So Bowers and Tucker would actually be interesting props. And you never know. The Chargers play down to their competition too a lot, Dave. What do you think?
Yeah, that they do. That's kind of the worry there. But I got to think that, this is a really good spot for LA at home against the struggling Raiders. Like you said, I want nothing really to do with them. Even Genty in this one just doesn't really excite me all that much. I like Gadsden definitely for 1 plus 210. He'll find his way onto a ticket. I just like the Chargers in this spot, man. I can't come up with really anything for the Raiders that tells me, that they do hang around in this one. 10 is the number. I think the Chargers probably win by 2 scores. Not much really exciting in this one, Steve. I'll take a touchdown score, but I might leave everything else alone.
All right. For 2 touchdown madness, we'll just go ahead and rock, paper, scissors this out. Okay.
All right.
1, rock, paper, scissors, shoot. All right. So if I win, it's McConkey. If you win, it's Gadsden. Ready?
All right.
Rocks, paper, scissors, shoot. What do you got?
Rock.
All right. I got paper.
Yep. So we'll take McConkey.
Live McConkey it is. We'll let fate decide to that.
I mean, that's just really the best way we could do that, Steve.
Let fate decide. When in doubt, let fate decide.
That's right.
Flip a coin, whatever the case may be. You've done it plenty of times. Whenever there's been something, I've always said that. Now, I haven't said that in many years because I'm maybe not nearly as fun socially anymore. But whenever there's a dispute, we would always let fate decide. All right. Dave, outright upset to me. Steelers win over the Bills today. The Bills have offensive line issues. Besides they have a bunch of number 3 receivers. Pittsburgh's defense is trending up. Great quarterback matchup for nostalgia's sake. And Allen and Rodgers. Can Josh Allen carry the Bills? He's going to have to.
Has to.
He's going to have to carry this team to win today. Windy scenario as well. That's why I like Warren in this short receive game. You could probably take James Cook in that same short receiving yard game as well. He did pretty good the last few times out receiving. 13.5 is his baseline. Wow.
Well, that is kind of the one guy helping Allen out, right? I mean, he's at least got him.
Right. So I would almost take James Cook for 50 yards receiving, maybe over Warren, or even take them both on the same ticket. We're going to do a little experimenting with these running backs and their receive yards. But if you wanted to do, let's see, I can always get these 2 touchdown guys back up. All right, if we want Warren for, let's just say 30 yards at plus 680. That's it, 30 yards. James Cook for 30 yards at plus 350. $10 wins you 272. Now playing both for 50. So after you win your 30-yard ticket, you could root for this one. And now your $10 is paying $2,725 on Jaylen Warren and James Cook, both for 50 yards receiving. For 40 yards, that's going to be an interesting payout as well. James Cook for 40, Jaylen Warren for 40, and now $10 wins you $1,021, Dave. 40 yards each by both of those running backs. I think it's worth a shot. It's a good game plan in the windy scenario, especially Aaron Rodgers liking to dump off to his receiver. And I don't know if Josh Allen trusts his receivers, but he does throw the ball to James Cook, and he has as of late. So, again, I think the running backs to me are presenting the stronger angles on these receive yards than any other position today does. We shall see how that goes. We're bound to have 650-yard receivers of superstars. Always play your superstar wide receiver diva ticket. You can never not. And I got a mix and match of running backs and receivers on mine. But you should always have a dedicated running back and always have a dedicated straight receiver ticket. I won my receiver ticket last year for that big 5-digit payout of, Lamb scored, Devontae Adams, all the alpha dogs. Jefferson. If you get that kind of scenario, you always want to be having a stake in that pie. It's going to happen once a season, basically. You're going to have 5 of your alpha dog wide receivers get 2 touchdowns. So can you peg them right is the question. In some weeks, you have more than 5 score 2. I like the Steelers. Defense is going to be the difference here. Defense that's trending the right way. Give me the Steelers in an upset, Dave. What do you like?
Yeah, I mean, I think, Steve, I could definitely see it. To me, this is kind of a pick 'em here. That's what it should say on the money line. It's a game that the Steelers have to win. Well, I guess they don't really have to, but they'd be much, much better off if they did. I like Cook. This is a game to me where if it's it's cold out there, it's windy. We could see Josh Allen there at the goal line, plus 950 for 2. Give that some thought. If he's got to be Superman, which is kind of what we think, because again, like you said, Steve, the receiving core very lackluster there. Not much to be trusted in the way of betting those props, because they just won't get you there. I like Warren. Gainwell has been the standout to me, and a really good fantasy pickup as well. Plus 235 for it anytime. Sign me up for that all day long. I wouldn't be afraid to go with Gainwell for 2 at 22-1. So where you like Warren, Steve, I think I'm going to go with Gainwell. He will definitely
he's had a good season.
And he'll draw some catches too.
Right,
so,
right.
He might be one to consider for those running backs there. So give me some Gainwell all day long. Give me Josh Allen here in what's to be a very close game in my eyes. Maybe a little bit more overtime, Steve.
Let's see. My man Roman Wilson is just at 11.5 yards as well. So he's got to be another play to the over. He's been over every week. Him and Flournoy have been good numbers to their props here as of late for unknown wide receivers. Tez Johnson has been as well. We talked about him earlier. Ty Johnson is 10.5 for his receive yards. There's Gabe Davis, Dave, 19.5.
Right.
Freiermuth is just at 19.5 today. Calvin Austin, 27.5. DK, 46.5. Sounds kind of cheap, to be honest.
Yeah, not even 50.
Yep. All he has to do is break one.
Yeah.
With that big body. So give me the Steelers. I think they win this game. And the struggles for Buffalo continue. And I'm not even saying Pittsburgh's that great of a team either. I just think they'll beat Buffalo.
A very, very close game in my mind.
All right, Dave, give me the state of the art of the union of your Washington Commanders. They host the Broncos tonight. Another night game for you. No 1 o'clock games for you ever. Another night game for you. Coming off a bye, nonetheless. 6.5, 43.5. So what's the deal with your team and their mindset from this point forward now?
Well, the players are going to play once. Jaden's not playing in this one, but Coach said, he is going to play probably next week when he's cleared. So we get Mariota again. We do get Scary Terry back, so we'll see how that goes. We'll see if that hamstring or quad is good enough to stay consistently in the lineup. That's just been the theme. It's been in and out personnel. Defense has just been some of the worst I've ever seen. So, I don't know, Steve. You go out there and you play the game. You get paid lots of money to go play the game. So go play. If they win, hey, that's great. If not, we're working towards the draft pick, and which is going to be a nice turnaround for next year. I think that's really what it's all about. So, we'll see. It's a really tough spot, Steve, against a good Broncos team. We'll see if they have the juice to pull it out, but it's just a tough spot against Denver. At this point in the season, there's nothing to really get mad about. It's been injury plagued, and things have just not gone our way. So Yeah, maybe they get a good pick in the draft. We kind of retool. We're gonna have a lot of free agents, a lot of money. So definitely some offseason moves, and I expect things to go much, much better next year.
One, this is an easy game for me to give up on tonight if I need to.
Right, exactly.
Two, I think it's probably entertaining in the sense that I think the underdog is live here. I just do. The Broncos aren't going to win every game the rest of the season. They're going to stumble at some point. And again, a lot like we mentioned with Tennessee and Jacksonville, there's just going to be a game or two Tennessee wins that you're not expecting, you figure more out of the Jaguars. I mean, the Broncos fit that bill perfectly. They're coming off an emotional loss last week. A lot of people accuse them of playing with smoke and mirrors as it is. So give me a good game plan tonight with your team, Dave. Let's get Kingsbury to get Mariota to run it around a little bit more. Scramble out of the pocket and hit Ertz in stride, running with him kind of on a diagonal, out pattern as Mariota's running towards the sideline. Use McLaurin. Throw the ball deep to him. Get out of the pocket. Plant yourself. Throw it deep. And design run it. RPO style, for sure. So give me the Commanders with a chance to win. I think they can scheme themselves to a win here. And if the Broncos get nervous and just kind of F it up and, I don't know if we get Surtain back or not. Let me see if he's listed on my defensive touchdown scores. It is a Von Miller revenge game.
Yep.
Let's see. To have an interception, I do not. Yeah, Surtain is back. So that's interesting. Does he cover Debo? Does he cover McLaurin?
I got to figure he's on McLaurin.
So Debo could have a big game here. Debo, 36.5 receiving yards. I like that over. I think that's an interesting pick. What's Debo for his rush? Just 1.5 yards. I like that over.
Yeah, absolutely.
10 yards is plus 360 for Debo. See, that's why we do the show.
That's right.
I just have a sneaky suspicion it's the dog, Dave. So it's your team. What do we got with you?
We'll see. I mean, that would be great, Steve. I just I don't know. I just don't know. I really don't see it in my heart of hearts. I just don't see it. You make a great point, though. I mean, all the points you make are great. You just watch this team, and it's just hard. It's just hard to see it.
God fucking damn it.
I'll stay away from the Harvey receive yards. He's been letting me down a little bit. If we had the penalty box for football, I'd be throwing Harvey in there a little bit, maybe.
Oh.
So, yeah, I like Debo. He's going to be my prop tonight. I'll tie him into a few things as we get into the afternoon slate on some wagers. I think you have a chance for the outright win here. In fact, I'll do a ticket with Tennessee to win on the alt line. I'll take the Commanders to win on the alt line. I'll see who else I can possibly throw in that list of characters as well. The Texans probably go on that ticket. All right. The Steelers, they go on that ticket, I think. That's a good little underdog price. Let's see what we got since we're ending up the slate there. If we take Tennessee, in fact, I'm going to do this on my phone here.
I put Brosmer on the interception list.
Okay. All right. I'm scouting out this guy to be like Joe Montana on day one, and Dave's like interception list. All right, the Steelers on the all line to me. Let's see what we get here. We're gonna get a gnarly little number. Now, if I told you they're gonna beat the Bills by 10 points, you'd look at me like I'm crazy. That's why we're going to bet it. That's because you would be wrong. And that's plus 540. The next one we're going to take is the Titans. And if I told you the Titans were to win by 5.5, you'd probably look at me like I'm crazy. So that's what we'll do here. Plus 400 now. Was 420 earlier. If I told you we're going to take the Texans to win by 5.5, you might look at me like I'm crazy, but maybe not. You might believe me, actually. So it's not out of the realm that this could happen, is what I'm saying. I don't think anyone argues that. Plus 280 for the Texans minus 5.5. Man, whether they minus 9.5. Oof. Do we do it? Minus 5.5 might be the winner. We'll just stick it there. Trust me, I'm tempted to bump it up more. That's getting a little greedy. And then tonight with the Commanders. Wow, Dave. We got to sit up all night and wait for the Commanders to try to win this. Home on an alt line.
I tried to tell you.
Maybe we just go all or nothing here. Commanders minus 5.5 is plus 460. Let's do our favorite number plus 420 minus 4.5. Maybe this would be the 17-12 game, right? You win by 5 points.
Yeah.
So all underdog alt lines barely, except the Steelers need to win by 10. Tennessee minus 5.5, Houston minus 5.5, Washington minus 4.5. And $2 each leg wins you $2,300 if you win all four.
Nice.
If you get 3 of the 4, $250. We'll pump it up a little bit. $225 or $2.25 a leg. Now we're looking at a little over $2,500. Underdog straight ticket is in. How about that, Dave?
I like it.
That's the art of making tickets right there. And give me the Debo prop, right? I said that.
Yep. Hey, I added Geno to the interceptors list, so I think we've got our list.
Yes, all right, perfect. All right, the interceptors list is as follows. What do you got, Dave?
All right, so we have Bryce Young, Shadir Sanders, Trevor Lawrence, Daniel Jones, Max Brosmer, and Geno Smith.
All right, I'm going to take Debo for 2 touchdowns on our late madness ticket, 25-1. We have Ladd McConkey also at 20-1. We also have we don't have anyone in the Bills game, do we? But we shall take DK Metcalf at 16-1.
All right.
We'll take Jefferson and Barner. And I think that rounds out those 4 games. Barner 22-1, Jefferson 22-1. This is a nice ticket. All these guys are paying 16-1 or better. And then we got Barner, Ladd McConkey, Debo, Justin Jefferson. I mean, there's a point at time in this ticket, all these guys are less than 10-1. So priced in here. $82 is $100. Let's see. Winning 3 is the key, I think. You average somewhere, not quite $3,000 on a payout. If you got 4, $40,000 or so. But Debo Samuels, Ladd McConkey, DK Metcalf, AJ Barner, Justin Jefferson, that rounds out our touchdown madness for the 4 o'clock session. All right, let's go ahead and place that in. All right, and we're locked and loaded for later. $11 to win $700,000. All right, how about that, Dave, with those players?
Investing the minimum to make the maximum.
Investing the minimum to make the maximum. All right, State of the Union of the Patriots tomorrow night against the Giants. The line's banged up. Proceed with caution. They grind out a victory. I would play maybe the under. If Drake May gets protection, it'll be interesting. I would expect him to run the ball. I think Ramondre Stevenson, with his number right now, he'll get a little bit more involved this week. He's just at 24.5 yards rushing. So I think that's a nice over. If you wanted to, this evening, take Debo with his receiving yards and his 10 yards rushing and do Ramondre Stevenson. In fact, let's just do that. So that way I know I got a guaranteed stake in the game later. Before I blow my wad on everything at 1 o'clock, right? Got to save money for later, nephew Dave.
Yep.
So let's see. We're going to add on this little brief art of making the ticket because I think this is worth it. Rushing prop wise, Debo Samuel, 10 yards. Receiving prop wise, Debo Samuel, all you guys do is break one. And then he's on fire. Let's go ahead and make him for 50 yards at plus 190. That's not asking too much. And then let's do Ramondre Stevenson. Let's just pray he has a good rushing game. And look at this. Stevenson drops off my list. Now I just see him at 24.5. I don't see his old number.
They're listening.
They're listening. All right, so we'll revisit this later. If you want to do 50 receiving Debo, 10 rushing Debo, and to get to 25 yards for Ramondre Stevenson, then let's see, $10 pays you 183 right now. I'd rather shoot for a bigger fish. Give me an all number though. I get to 40 or 50, and then it's game on. All right, Dave. Patriots, Giants. Any issues with you with New England and their offensive line health?
I really don't think so, Steve. I think they're going to be okay. 7.5 is interesting. The Giants, they might bring a good effort. I think they're getting Dart back. So, like you said, this might be a game where the Patriots, surprisingly get tested, but they ultimately grind it out. So, Steve, I like the Patriots in this spot. I think you guys are all right.
All right. Let's go ahead and queue up. That's the list, guys. That's week 13. That's a wrap. Dave, we only have 5 more of these regular seasons.
I know.
Saturday football at some point, we'll have to start paying attention to that, right?
Right.
Johnny. 4 weeks. 20 papers, that's $2 plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
I give you 2.5 and a Rick Bell.
It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number 1, but don't step at number 2.
Utah, give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like...
I'm going to go get the papers.
All right, Dave, go ahead and give me your best 2 touchdown scores.
All right, the primary ticket, always made on Saturday evening. We're going to go with Devontae Adams to kick this ticket off. We're going to throw in Parker Washington, who's definitely the longest shot on that ticket. We're going to mix in Egbuka, surprise, surprise there. And then we're going to go with the counterfeit, Tyler Algier. So there is the 4-man primary 2 touchdown scorers.
I got 2 touchdown guys scattered everywhere. I would take a chance with Puka Nacua today. I do like the Tez Johnson angle, perhaps with the Egbuka angle is what I really meant to say. Give me a chance on 2 with Devin Achane. How about that? Christian McCaffrey, 2 touchdowns for him today. Justin Jefferson on a long shot ticket. Go ahead and give me Justin Jefferson for 2 touchdowns today. DK's paying well. Jump on that. Deebo Samuel for 2 touchdowns today. How about that? And then let's see. Any long shot for 2. We have some sneaky high-scoring games potentially here. Just in case. All by himself. Do I even see him? I do not. Take DeMarcus Robinson for 1 and Nick Westbrook-Akine for 1 today, people. Let's just see what that pays real quick. I know that's getting off the 2 subject, but I'm not getting offered 2 on Akine. And I don't want to bet 2 for DeMarcus Robinson. But since I said it earlier, and the odds are so great right now, let's just prop these 2 up in there. They would be both paying plus 950. $5 wins you 500 on the dot. So $2 wins you 200, maybe worth a shot there. $10 to get you 1,000. 2 players who I feel are very well and long overdue to get a touchdown. All right, best bets for me today. Give me the Niners on the spread. Give me the Rams on the spread. Give me the over in Tampa Bay, Arizona. Give me the over Miami, New Orleans. Give me the over Atlanta and the Jets. Give me over Minnesota and Seattle. Give me the Steelers on the outright upset. I'll take a slight chance on the over Raiders and Chargers. Give me an outright upset with Washington. Tennessee, I don't feel as comfortable about winning, nor Houston on the road. But if I need 2 home dogs to win, Steelers and Commanders are those 2 teams today. Best bets for you, Dave.
All right, Steve. We'll go here with the passing touchdowns. We're going to go Matthew Stafford for 3, Baker Mayfield for 3. Kirko Chains, what do you got today? Can you be a little bit better? Let's go Kirk Cousins for 2 touchdowns passing. And then we're going to go with Danny Dimes. Can he do it against a nice Houston defense? We're going to find out. Daniel Jones, 2+ passing touchdowns.
All right, we're going to take there's several angles I could go. If I go team-wise, I'm going to take the Rams minus 10.5, but that's kind of going against the rules of thumb here. I kind of want to take the San Francisco 49ers minus 5.5. That's kind of going against the rules of thumb, taking favorites on the road and laying points. So your big Steve lock of the week will be this. We'll try to move to 10-3 overall through week 13. 2 picks this week, making up for the week of missed picks. Again, only 3 losses. Let's see if we can get to a double-digit win. We'll take over 44.5 points in the Arizona-Tampa Bay game as your big Steve lock of the week.
Leg her down or smack 'em, yak 'em. Cold got to be.
All right, Dave. Best bets for you?
All right, yeah, we'll go with another one. Well, I did something a little different here today. We're going to go with the Rams over 3.5 touchdowns. The Colts at home over 2.5 touchdowns. The Browns, can you get in there at home? Over 1.5 touchdowns for the Browns. Over 2.5 for Jacksonville. Over 2.5 for the Bucks. Over 2.5 for the Dolphins. And over 2.5 for the Falcons. So interesting little way. Instead of keying in on personnel, we'll just look for the whole team to do it.
All right. Exciting stuff. I'm confident, Dave. I think we'll come out some winners today.
Yeah, it's feeling good.
I'm going to put some tickets together. Let's see. We're at 11:37. So basically it's time to get out of here. This will give us all a little extra time to prep for the 1 o'clock kickoff as we are now 82 minutes away. I was trying to think if there's just anything I want to touch on one last bit here. We got a good underdog ticket. Let's just do an over ticket real fast since we talked about that, right? Let's get everyone on board here. And we're going to build one more ticket with you guys, and we'll get out of here. So we need to do another round robin of totals, and we're going to go extreme. And we're talking about Cardinals, Buccaneers over. Will these hit? Probably not, but we don't want to be left on the sideline if they're dangling all this fruit right in front of us and we just don't get there. All right, let's just go obscene because we need to actually get paid obscene here. Let's just hope that the Bucks and the Cardinals can get to 59 points. So that's 5-1. I know I was asking a lot. Let's take the Saints and the Dolphins. Alternate total points over. $54.5 points is plus 440. So let's try that. Let's try this Jets and Falcons over. It just, these games can stink. But man, I just have a weird feeling. You got to go with your gut. The Falcons and Jets to get to 55 points is 7-1. So you got to like that. Let's do this Minnesota-Seattle one. And that is over. Well, let's do a weird one. Let's do over 56.5 points at 6-1. And then do we want to take the Chargers and the Raiders, the super over? Or do we want to take an underdog, perhaps, to kind of fill things out here, or even a favorite? Let's just go ahead and take. Let's take this Charger Raider game just to be a super over. Might as well. 5 super crazy overs. We already have dogs on the ticket. Let's do this. And trust me, I know. This is probably burning money at this point. But we're priced in with such low numbers that we're going to have to try to take advantage, I think, on the chance that these games could formulate to have very high scores. All right, so over under alternate wise with the Chargers and the Raiders. We'll sky this guy up to 53.5 plus 420. We'll get conservative on that one. All right, Dave, so here they are. Cardinals, Bucks over 58.5. The Saints, Dolphins over 54.5. Falcons, Jets over 54.5. Vikings, Seahawks over 56.5. And the Raiders, Chargers over 53.5. Sound like a brilliant play to you?
Yeah, fired in.
All right. If we bet 50 cents a leg here, $8 will win us $9,700. If we hit 3 of the 4, well, we'll get a measly $130. But that will be fine off of $8. And that'll be a fun ticket to root for the afternoon. All right, Dave. Anything else from you today?
No. Let's see how it goes. Interesting matchups. Another Sunday, another opportunity.
Chelsea Arsenal 0-0. Another barn burner of a EPL soccer game on this Sunday morning. All right, we'll cue up the Pie Tasters, our house band. The docile, gentle tones of the Pie Tasters will cue us out on this week 13. We'll get the sports lounge ready. Already had a cold beer in hand.
I'm right behind you there, Steve.
I was very good all weekend. Time to have some fun. Let's win some money. Good luck, everybody. What the Puck is going on Tuesday night, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. Good luck today.